Okie dokie. Making sure everything looks right. Microphone. Yep, okay, cool. Everything should be good. It's gonna go live here on my YouTube channel in just a second, once the lag catches up with me. Baby cat. See how it sounds. Microphone. Yep, okay, that sounds pretty good. Obviously, let me know if at any time that changes. Okay. So, I don't think there's anybody here yet. No, there's not, and that's okay. So what's on the docket for today? Well, I was thinking today would be a good time to do all of our character designing. Yeah, says baby cat. She says, yeah, character designing. So, let's actually put that right there. There we go. And put that right. Yar, okay. Chat wasn't visible. And logo wasn't visible. I'm trying to turn those off. So anyway, so what I'm going to do today is I'm going to do the character design. So I'm going to tweak the hat. I'm going to do the decals and the faces. And I'm going to do all the other extra characters that we're going to have for that first scene. And depending on how long this takes me, I don't foresee this taking me a whole 4 hours just to do a whole extra face, but we will see. So anyway, so our first thing we gotta, not that. That's the other. There we go. I want to look up what the characters in my scene even are. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up my script here. Yeah. I know you're an older version of Celtics, and I understand. So we've got a guy named Satipo. We're gonna look up that guy's name real quick, see what he looks like. Satipo, Indiana Jones. Oh, okay. So, oh God, Alfred Molina. Doc Ock. You know what I'm trying to say. Alfred is, I believe, his real name. Anyway, yeah. So his character. And then there's another guy, Baranek. Let's look him up real quick. Indiana Jones. Baranaka? Baranka? I don't know. This guy. You know, the guy that tries to pull a gun on him. So we're going to have to look up that guy. We're going to have to make all this stuff for them. And then, of course, Indiana Jones himself. So first we're going to start by... So this is how I like to... Yeah, find his minifig. Oh, that's not how you spell the word fig. So let's see. Okay, yeah, so I can see the old... That's how the Indiana Jones texture that comes with the game looks like, pretty close to the old style. The new one is not too different. They're giving him more of a mouth. Hey, don't do that. Yeah, you neither. Don't you start making noises just because he's making noises. So I still haven't figured out the whip. I may have to. Well, I'll figure out the whip, but the whip might have to be special, like literally special effect. Like it might not be something I can just be a weapon. The more I think about it, just because of what it's what's involved in trying to get it to unravel correctly. I don't know if I can do it the way I want to, segment it in the game. But anyway, I wanted to look up his face here because I wanted to get ourselves a reference image. So we're gonna start with Indiana Jones's face. I know the game comes with a face, obviously, but I would like to. I like to get closer to what Lego's doing Anyway, hey buddy, can you not be mad? And also I like to differentiate so that I'm not just using completely default stuff. And because I'm going to have all these different facial faces anyway, I'm going to have to. So let's import our default smiley like we always do. Face, data, shapes, player, faces, smiley. As always, I start with the base smiley, so I'm going to digitize my smiley, or vectorize my smiley. I do believe at one point I had a, like a template file where I'd done this, so I don't have to do it each time, but I don't know if I actually saved that, or if I'm just misremembering my own, like, what I did. So either way, it's not like it's that super difficult to, digitize the smiley face every time anyway. Oops, I always forget to do that. You know, it's just a little, I mean, if anything, it's like, oh, I'm just, whoa, doing extra work for myself or whatever, but, alright. So now, under this layer, we can get rid of our face, and we're just using our default smiley. So first thing we got to do is obviously we're going to create the stubble, and I do think that obviously by putting literal dots all over the face we're going to not have the best look. So I'm going to, I think, kind of go in a middle direction. I have a specific idea. So we're going to lock these two layers. Call this face. So yeah, so this layer is the beard, or the stubble, and we're going to create the stubble. Let's make it a skin tone as well. Just something bright and easy to see, because we're going to end up getting rid of that stroke anyway. So we've got kind of a shape like that, you know, beard shape. I wish I could play music on these streams without getting a copyright struck. Because that's the thing, I'd want to listen to, like, you know, contemporary music or whatever. I guess I don't know why I closed those off, like I wasn't going to just do. There we go, and then I kind of like to probably combine these two in the center. Oh, forgot to do that part. Oops. Sometimes when animate is being difficult, I like to switch into this mode, because it lets us line things up a little better. Alright, and that's how the other one is, I think. Yeah, right on the edge of the smile there. So I can actually probably, there we go. And then, so this is going to create a single. This is gonna join in the center. Just like that. So anyway, so okay, so what I'm thinking of doing here is I'm thinking of making the stubble brownish, you know, like whatever the color of Indy's hair would be. And then I'm going to make that a movie clip. Oh, did I not make that a complete shape? Oh, I didn't. There it is. And that should let us. There we go. So now that obviously just looks like a beard. But there's a method to this madness. Actually, and you can probably tell what I'm going to do. Oh, you know what that could be. Forgot about that, I guess. Good lord. Time for Jones. We're jonesing for Jones. Oh. Did I move that at one point and not even realize? Oh, man. Hold on. I was just off for whatever reason. Anyway, let me fix this then. So yeah, so it's gonna be curves, 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 curves. Find that curve. Find that curve. Find these curves. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, so now I'm gonna make this a movie clip. For it to symbol or a graphic, doesn't really matter. Call that beard as well, and now we can of course apply an alpha to it, and at 25% that looks pretty good, and it will obviously whatever skin tone, you know, the obviously we'll be using a you know, Caucasian style white man skin tone, but you know, it'll work as any transparent. You can be any color you want, like a blockhead character. It also kind of weirdly looks like the Heavy. I don't know why, like Heavy from TF2. I'm sort of getting that vibe. But anyway, so what I was going to think about doing here, though, is I was going to see, and if I don't like this, I don't have to keep it. But I believe there is a, I'm going to paint, there's a special tool, here we go, that does spray painting. Where are you? Did they take you out? Man, I think it's not in here anymore, or I'm just not seeing it. What is this? Just, oh, that's a divider. Okay, I think they might have. I must be thinking of an older version of Flash. I thought there was a way to make dots. I mean, I can do them manually, but I swore there was a. My phone is going wild. Sorry, I'm answering a text. Okay. Nothing important, so we're putting that back down. But okay, I was gonna just go check. Am I wrong? Adobe Animate? Spray paint? Paintbrush? No, I guess I am wrong. So I guess I have to... Are there different brush shapes now that do it? Is that the way you do it now? Close that, I guess. And, well, no, that's not gonna... Okay, alright, we're gonna have to do this the hard way, but that's okay. So we can do it with the brush. But anyway, so here was my idea, right? So now I was gonna take a darker color on another layer. I was gonna get my brush stroke size to be pretty dang big to start. And just kinda... Actually, that might be a little too big. Sort of find what like a speckled, you know, a Lego stubble style kind of looks like. And just sort of paint that in, because I'm hoping that if I do this, what I think the way it'll look is with the transparency, it should look just about right and not look as goofy as like if I were to just paint stubble. And I am going to use a couple of different sizes, so this isn't the only layer I'm going in. But if I were to just paint stubble onto the face texture. And now if I, you know, tab back out of this and it looks stupid, of course we can just undo our little stubble sizes here. So then I was going to make us a couple smaller ones to really fill it in. I think I usually use about 3 different styles of, because I've done this before to various degrees of success. This might actually look a little better since I'm not just relying on the spray paint bucket tool, whatever that tool that I swear Flash used to have it. The original version of Flash must have. So yeah, then I'm going to kind of go in and fill in a little bit of the dots. And then the theory oops, is if this looks what I think it'll have the same effect that how a Lego stubble works, and will have the nice transparency that a Blocko stubble. Oh, I forgot to go in with the middle sizes, didn't I? Whoops. Let's actually fix that real quick. It was about, you know, there. Anyway, back to these smaller guys. And now this might not look right. This might just look like a bunch of dots. But let's see how that fares. So yeah, no, that kind of just looks sickly. But it was worth a try. So I'm not going to stick with that. So I am just going to probably stick with the solid. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so we got the beard, we got our face. So now we can add all of our extra details here. So obviously Indiana Jones has his iconic eyebrows. And it's looking like the shape of the eyebrow is kind of a, so we're just going to call this detail. So he looks like he's kind of got the brow built in, and it's a sort of a point. So like something like that. And obviously I'm exaggerating. I'm going to fix this a little bit here. There, something like that. No, mine's too curvy. Hold on. It's more of a... I'm actually going to just kind of... So yeah, it's more of like one of these. And then it goes into like one of that. And there's only like really a little bit of a curve. There we go. That's better. And that's a little big. Okay, so I actually do kind of like this color being Indiana Jones's hair, but I think it could be a little bit redder the more I'm looking at it. Warmer. There we go. So now, though, I also like that color being... So what we're going to have to do here, because I don't want it to look... Convert these to fills. There we go. Give us 2 of these. Something like that. No, that's a little too angry. Maybe it's because they're too... Yeah. I think if we can get them a little more relaxed there. That's not bad. He's kind of looking a little... There you go. Let me get a real... Oop, I keep opening this line. Let me get a real picture of Indiana Jones real quick too. Good old Harrison Fard. Not old man. Yeah, one is. Well, he did kind of have that brow, I guess. Come to think of it, that's actually not. It's not too disingenuous. And you know what? I'm also thinking this could come up to maybe 50%. Yeah, because he does seem to have a little bit of a heavier shadow in the in the movies. And of course, it also, you can see he's got really sharp cheekbones, which they don't really do that in the Lego. But I think I might try to emulate that a little bit. So on the detail layer, I'm going to see if I can't give us some chiseled Harrison Ford cheeks. Come on, line up. There we go. the facial stuff, sometimes I also like to make this a movie clip. I'll just call it lines. So that way I can give it an alpha as well. So then now it's going to blend in with everything. But I think it can probably, it's probably good to be at 25, honestly. Yep. I think that's doing what I want. So anyway, so let's go back in. Let's do the little chin. Because Harrison Ford does have a little bit of a... I guess he doesn't really have a butt chin so much. He's got a bumpy chin. So something like this, maybe. And it does look like they're kind of giving him squinty eyes. So let's see what that looks like. If that looks silly. Yeah, it kind of looks silly. I mean... I don't like the eyebrows either. I still think the eyebrows are wrong. I think that's what's the problem. So hold on. So okay, I'm seeing what I'm doing wrong now. There's a curve right there. That's how they're trying to do it. Oh, okay. I get it. There's just a little itty-bitty curve right there at the end. And then this is still straight. Maybe put some round in there, and we're going to still kind of... Well, no, because we do want to... try to cut into it a little bit to create that brow. Oh, I still had that color selected. Okay. Just don't like, I guess, my brain just doesn't like there being that sharp of a... You know what? There is something I can do here. There we go. Whoop. And then now I can kind of ease that, and that should... Yeah, okay, there we go. I just didn't like it being exactly like up to a point like that. That looks better. That makes my brain happier. And actually, you know what I just thought of? So... once we put these eyebrows where they need to go. Doesn't he like have like a smirk? I guess not. Alright, so I'm thinking I'm gonna actually put these in the details. Line them back up to where they go. And that should, well, I gotta actually line them up. Well, actually, no, you know what? This one was just wrong. There we go, that should look good. Yeah, I like that. I don't know if I like the eye wrinkles, like the crows, or whatever we got going on here. I think I'm better off with that. And I also think that this might look better. For lines and fills, this might look better if, yeah, if it ends in a point. So it has a little more natural. Yeah, that actually looks more like a cheek. And less like a, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. So anyway, so So we got our indie face. You know what? I can do the same thing with these, I think, actually. That's fills. And then I can even, I was thinking rounding them. Yep, just like that. There we go. Now that looks a little more to my liking. And do I want the chin? I think the chin might be adding too much. Yeah, there we go. Now that's pretty Indiana Jonesy to me, I think. So, what are the different facial expressions we're gonna probably need Indiana Jones to make? So there's probably frowning and upset, because that seems to be the face that he's making in most of the images I find. There's obviously his little smirk. I guess we're gonna have to need one of him getting punched, aren't we? Because he gets punched a lot. That's not something I've ever really done, because Star Wars you don't really show damage, so doing all the Block Wars stuff, I never really thought about punching. So we should probably do like a punched version of the face too to use. Okay, yeah, because this, I mean, that's the thing, it's Indiana Jones, right? We gotta go all out in the faces, because this is where if they're gonna get hit. I really do want to do the melee, hands. I think they come default wearing gloves, but I'm sure I can just modify the texture so that it's not a glove texture and it's just skin. But I really do want to actually get some fist fights into this thing and see what that looks like. So I'll have to make a damaged version of Indy for when he gets into a fight. But let's see what different faces he might make. Well, okay. So I should also probably look at what are the defaults I've been using before, right? Block Wars again. Let's just open up 3 because that's the most recent. So I had a smile, a frown, kind of a content, an angy, and a surprised. So we're gonna need probably at least those, right? Keyframes here. So we can have our, okay, so there's our default smile. So this is just our default. So now we're moving on to probably the frown, right? So we want at least something where he's frowning. Come to think of it, if I'm not mistaken, can't a graphic, this might be why I want this to be a graphic, can't a graphic play the same number of keyframes? Let me just see something real quick. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah. Probably should make a change in that second keyframe, huh? Like if he were frowning, I mean, like, so say his face actually moved with the frown. Let's see. No. Okay, never mind. Not worth it. Just a thought, and I'm not going to go any further with it. I don't need to even do that much anyway. Alright, so the frown is probably good. I usually also like to soften the eyebrows a little bit when they're frowning. Especially if they're an angrier character. Oh wait, hang on, I am going to have to make a different version now. So, to get around that, there we go. So yeah, that immediately, that already gives us a frown. Alright, so then I do, typically I'll do the sullen, the like kind of, sort of a closed mouth. I'm thinking for Indy, he's probably going to be like, when his mouth is closed. He's probably gonna be kind of like. Right? It looks pretty good. Alright, then there's the surprised face. Obviously, Indiana Jones has to have a surprised face. So usually I get to, I just, thought I had that locked. Usually I just go and just pull this back to a square. And obviously pull that in. And boom, you got yourself a surprise. Thinking Indy is probably wincing a little. Yeah. Ooh. I think I need 2 versions of the surprise for this, because I'm actually thinking why. Expanding my facial features to a little more, to what the needs of what Indiana Jones is gonna need. You know, like, he's gonna react to, like, ghosts and stuff. So, I mean, there's gonna probably need to be one where his eyes actually get a little bit bigger. Just a little bit, you know, like... And then his brows are gonna have to react differently. So there's, like, the scared one. And then this one... That is kind of like the wincing and pain one, but he's probably going to be a little less, a little soft. And then I was thinking, so then this one, this last one, that's going to kind of be his signature smirk that they got him doing right here. Pulling the lower lids up a little and just sort of sneering a bit. And then to the piece de resistance, fill that in and make it look like teeth. Ooh. Oh, sorry, I wasn't watching the chat. So he has a stoic expression. Also, if you ever need it, I could always make a script that assists with any kind of lip sync with face decals. Or to do blinking, also I can make them... Well, I mean, that would be... Yeah, that's something we were talking about in another stream, actually. I was thinking it could be done with events, but I guess you're right. You could obviously just write a script that did it and handled all of that. That would be interesting. I've always wanted to try and mess around with... the idea of doing lip syncs, you know, so, but yeah, I like that. It's kind of, teeth are a little big though, maybe. Just kind of, there we go. I guess that means the whole mouth was a little big then, huh? Yeah. There we go. There we go. That's kind of the a good, you know, maybe I should put a line in there too. Let's see what that looks like. That might actually look pretty good. I switched those. Face decals for said scripts. Okay, yeah. I mean, it would probably just be like, you know, basic phonemes or whatever those are called. Just to try with a lip sync, but 9. What was I using 9? I always use the even numbers for things. Well, let's do 4 for that and see what that looks like. That's not bad, but that's a little extra in a way that it's like not good extra. And that's a little That's too noticeable. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna do, I think what I'm gonna get away with rather is maybe I just need it to be a little bit smaller. Not that small. Just a little bit smaller. And maybe a little bit cockier. There we go. And then I can kind of see also how we can incorporate the, like, cheek. That. And then I was even going to suggest doing this. Oh yeah, here we go. That's a little too goofy. I think it might have been better when it was still a square shape rather. Yeah. I'm also noticing the Lego has it on the other side. So maybe that's what I'm doing to myself. It does look a little better. There was a heavy. Yeah, I was saying the exact same thing earlier. I was like, you know, it kind of looks like the heavy. And I think it's the, no, yeah, he just looks like the heavy. But, you know, whatever. I was going to say, too, I think it's the skin tone. I pulled it directly from the Lego picture, and it's like I probably pulled it into shadow. In the game, he'll look a little more closer to, like, something like this. You know, so he's going to be a little less heavy-like, but he's still got a heavy inspiration going on here. Maybe the beard is a little too dark. Let's just see. Maybe a 40%. I don't know. 30? Because 25 was too light. 30's pretty good. See, now I'm wondering, is the cheekbones, is that's what giving it too much heavy energy and not enough, like, Harrison Ford energy? Maybe they don't need to be, you know, that, there, that's better. Still kind of heavy. Still kind of, but I think they were maybe a little too deep. Now the chin feels out of place, though, too, doesn't it? Because everything else has a curve to it. Alright, let's see what we can do. Hold on. I think that's maybe better. Kind of line that up with the shape itself. Yeah, that's better too, because now it doesn't look quite as out of place. But it being lined up like that doesn't look right. That actually doesn't look right. Hold on. I think it does need to be either here. Yeah, because then even with the, yep, yeah, that needs to look more like below the chin to give the imprint idea of a chin. There we go. Now we're getting more Harrison Fordy out of it. Maybe add, sorry, I'm trying to, the chat doesn't appear too great on this other monitor. Let me read it. Maybe add a dotted texture for sun. Oh, I tried that. We were, earlier in the chat, earlier in the stream, I was doing that. I added some dots. It didn't quite look the way I wanted it to. It was a little more, what's the word? It looked a little almost like he was sickly. So I think I'm going to stick with this. But also, I'm wondering too, though, this might help. Yeah, that's a little less heavy, because also, you can see there's more chin, or cheekbone to it. And you know what? No, you know what? I used to say it was too light, but now I'm kind of going back to, on what I was thinking. In fact, it might even be better to lighten, yeah, to keep that really light. Yeah, I think these are all... Oh, wait, why? Shouldn't the... Oh, that thing I was saying that I wasn't going to worry about. Okay, hold on. Delete that frame. There we go. Now it should be the same. There we go. I was like, why was it changing? I was like, oh, right, because that thing I did actually did change. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm content with this. So let's export these. Oops, not image. I need to export as a movie. I'm gonna export as a PNG sequence. So we're gonna go back to Raiders, Faces, just indie, and it'll automatically number all of these for us. Yep, there we go. And then let's make a quick thumbs folder so that we can package this later. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I think that's gonna do the trick for what I want my Indiana Jones to look like. So let's also, while I'm thinking about it, let's tidy up the hat. And so I'm wondering, do I want to make a new hat? Hopefully I saved the hat. Oh, I don't even remember where I saved the hat at. Did I put it in? No. Okay. Models. Oh, hats. Hey, here we go. I was like, wait a second, I just forgot what folder. Okay, yeah, so I don't think I want to necessarily remake the hat entirely, but I was thinking if there was any way I could add to the hat, specifically like that front part of the fedora that actually kind of pinches inward so it looks a little more iconic to that hat. Because this doesn't look bad, but it doesn't really look like the Indiana Jones, like the fedora with the triangle forward shape, Like the back looks right, I guess, but that front needs to be fixed. So I was thinking if I could do that, I think I'm going to need to see a 3D model of a fedora, though. Maybe expand the brim. Yeah, the brim definitely needs to get a little bigger too, doesn't it? And I think maybe a little thicker as well. Fedora. Someone has modeled a fedora. An Indiana Jones fedora. There we go. Okay, so yeah. So it is just kind of that triangle shape. So to do that, I mean, I've already kind of got it going on here, but so to do that, I think what I'm going to have to do is something like this. And now the problem, of course, becomes that actually doesn't look too bad. I need to keep going, I think, with the brim here. Yeah. But anyway, what I was saying, though, is the problem that I don't want to accidentally... There we go. Now we're really getting that bump going on here. I was even going to say... Could I pull this out a little bit? Oh, yeah. That might actually work. I need to make sure that this still fits a blockhead, like square head, though. That's the only thing. I can't get too radical with how I make this work if it doesn't also just automatically fit on top of a blockhead's head. Oh, that is immediately... That's what it was missing, first of all. It was missing the triangular poke and shape. And you know what? I'm wondering... Kind of cleaning up some of my own geometry here. I'm wondering, though. The problem I'm currently having with it is that it's hiding the blockhead, or not hiding enough of the blockhead. I'm wondering if by adding a little bit more back here to make it more triangular, so that it's a more pronounced triangle shape, I wonder if that'll actually also help hide the back of the blockhead head. Another thing, but yes, I do think the brim needs to be thicker and taller. So to do that, I'm going to pull it down. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. We're getting places here. And actually, where's my edge splitting at? 30? I think I need to make this 40 like I was doing with some of the... Yeah! There it is. Now we're getting the right, like, going about for this hat. So, okay, so we can... And I was going to say also, I think I need to curl the brim just a teensy bit more. So I was going to maybe rotate that and pull it up a bit. And kind of fix this so it all works. Oops. There we go. Oh. Gotta fix that. There we go. Now that's a little more what I had in mind here. And actually, I think that's a little too dipped down. Can kind of dip that up, can't we? I think this can kind of get dipped up a little too, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, I guess the back is a little dipped down though, isn't it? Just a little more like that. Okay, there's one edge I wasn't too fond of this. It's a little sharp. I guess that's just what that's going to have to be. Okay, this looks a lot better too. Now we're getting more. So let's apply our everything. I guess... Oh, I don't think I need to apply the location. Because I think I have it... Yeah, I have it where it needs to be. Yeah, no. If I apply the location, it'll be too tall. So let's save. And let's replace this hat model. Cool. Let's make a face pack real quick. Face underscore indie. No. We're gonna call this Raiders because this is gonna eventually include all of our characters from Raiders. Cool. Okay. So that's right. That's all I need. Yeah, okay, there's no thing for that. Okay, so now I've got the face, now I've got the decal, I've got the hat, then I need to fix that real quick. Hat. Campy. And did it not work? I mean, oops. Yeah, it's still working. Add paste. There we go. Replace that file. Okay, cool. So now we got Indiana Jones. We need to do those other two characters. So Satipo, which is such a strange name. But let's see if what his Lego looks like. I'm assuming he has a minifigure at this point. Yeah, okay. So he's kind of got Doc Ock hair as the Lego character too, doesn't he? That's sort of funny. Okay, so we're gonna want to recreate his sweaty shirt, and then we're gonna want to recreate his head, his hair. So So let's go ahead. Let's start with the decals first, because that's going to be simple to do. Oh, I should save this too while I'm at it. Hold on. Let's make a new file. A minifigure of him being impaled by spikes in the wall. Yeah. We do have to do spikes still, too. That's right. I forgot about that. Faces. We're going to make a folder here called Raw. And we're going to call this Indie Raw. Raw! Alright, cool. So let's paste our reference photo. Kind of line it up so we have the size right. Okay. Curve that, curve that. Make them one curve. Curve away. I probably want that to be a solid shape. There we go. That looks pretty good. And then what do they got on the other side? So same shape, a little higher up, and with buttons. There we go. And then you are a little higher up, however. I think I can get away with doing it like this. Yep. Okay. Reconnect down there. Reconnect you all the way down. Actually, just get rid of that guy. Oh, not the whole thing. Just that extra part that we don't need anymore. There we go. So that's a little higher, that's a little lower. That's a little more like that. And then we gotta apply the buttons. They look like they're kind of following the... Oh. There we go. Kind of misstrewn. Like that. And then we've got a belt. So the way I like to do belts, it's pretty simple. Just apply the belt here, and then on another layer make the buckle. So that way, and then I like to make the buckle a graphic as well. Buckle. So that way I can have layers inside the layers. So this one, so actually I want to start that over. I need the rounded, or wait, no, that's not a different tool, is it? It's this. Yeah, hold on. I don't need to delete it. Well, yeah, I do need to delete it. There we go. Okay, So anyway, so that's about what we're dealing with. So there's our belt buckle. Oh, that's right. It's not rounded on that. So get like that. And then this is why I like layers. So then I can just add this as part of the buckle. And we're going to probably need a silver color for the buckle, and whatever we end up using is a color for the belt. Actually, you know what? Let's the color that the Lego provides is probably more than efficient. Or sufficient, I suppose. It's efficient and sufficient, is what I meant to say. Sorry, I'm still having trouble reading these little tiny chats. The BAM map. What's the BAM map? What does that mean? I don't know if I understand the reference. And then, you know what? Forgetting about that part. So let's make this a little bit smaller so we can fit more. And then here's another good use for layers. So now we can do his belt and his belt buckle. Oops, did not need that to round that much, yeah. Okay, just a hole. And then, yeah, let's pull that color again. So obviously mine's a little tighter than the Lego. Oops, I didn't close that shape, did I? Nope. But that's okay. Oh, and then I guess we should probably draw a line to imply the belt goes the whole way through. There we go. Cool. And I can even size that up a little bit. Pull it down just a stinky tinky bit. Fix our lines up. There. So that's pretty good. Alright, so we need to add that shirt. So he looks like he's wearing a necklace, I guess. Make sure we're all on the same layer still. And then underneath it is his gross ass, disgusting gray shirt. Oh man, why ain't that closed? Why ain't that shape closed? Well, hold on, it looks like it's closed. Oh, okay, that works. So where's the spill? I swear, if it's that line I just made. No, it's not. So where's the spill? Is it right there? You bet. You bet. Yep, there we go. Okay. Dumb. Alright, anyway. I like that they made their stain brown. I guess I could do the same, can't I? Yeah. Nothing's stopping me. That is gross ass. Yeah, it's kind of slimy. Man. I wanted to get round like that one. There we go. Mine doesn't really look stained like. I don't know why I did it that way. Hold on. I can do that better. I think I might just be better off drawing it. Hold on. So let's pull out. Yeah. Oops. Is it the same color as the belt? I think it is. And in the same color as this. I think that they used a palette. So let's make this look kind of gross and liquidy. That's better. And grosser. And then it looks like he's got some shirt lines that are also this color. Burn lines for food. Oops. Should probably just get rid of that for now. Why are you not? What in the farts? Is my brain... Okay, hold on. Oh. I mean, I think I know why that happened, but... Stop. Okay. Forgot to curve them before I converted them. There we go. Why is it? Ah, boy. Alright. Flash does have its quirks. Okay, anyway. That looks pretty good. I should be able to just line these up. Oh my god. There we go. Oh, I forgot. It's going in the opposite direction. Alright, hold on. We can fix that real quick. Look, not horizontal, vertical. There we go. There we go. That looks pretty good. Okay. Let me take that color back and reapply it. There we go. And then let's add those little bit of details. And we will be good to go. Alright. So another thing I need to add real quick while we're in this stage. Import to stage. Is the clothes palette. So this is Blockland's default clothes palette. So we're gonna have his shirt probably be this tan color. So I'm just gonna fill in the elements that I need to be that color. And then the skin tone. So we're probably going to have his skin tone be this. So I'm going to need to fill that in too. Because I am going to need a little bit of the skin tone. And I can also add these clavicle, I guess. That doesn't look good at all though, does it? It's not too bad. Not too bad though. Let's add one more layer. And, let's add our extra shapes. Like pockets and stuff. Just following with whatever the design that Lego was doing. There we go. Disconnect that for a second. Reconnect it. Disconnect that for a second. Looks like it's got a bit of a shadow going on in there. I don't know. There we go. We can actually make that a little bit thicker. There we go. Alright, and then I am going to convert all these lines to fills. I'm going to play with their values a little bit to create some of those shadows and those dips. Oops. Cool. Looks pretty good. Put some of that in. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, baby. Is that what you had to say? There we go. That looks pretty good. Woo. Okay, I can get rid of our reference photo here. Completely get rid of that layer. Get rid of that. Don't need it. Alright, let's save it. Decals. Indie chest. What was this guy's name? Jesus Christ. Sapito. Satipo. Whatever. Satipo. Chest. I think I spelled that right. I don't know. Actually, you know what? One last thing I did want to do. I think I want to convert to a symbol. Don't even care about the name. Just so I can change your alpha to 50. I think that's going to give us a better... just a better overall look of that print. Let's go back to... whoops. Decals. Indie chest, Satipo chest, export. Copy, copy. Alright, cool. Alright, and then we need one more. Baranka. Baran? B-A-R-R-A-N. Baranka. Baranka? Baranka? I don't know. Baranka. Let's see what your Lego looks like. Has anyone made you a Lego minifigure yet? They have. Well, this is what they did in you. They did you dirty. That doesn't look anything like the guy. He's wearing a completely different hat. I guess they did give him a white hat, but I don't know. Has Lego themselves, not just Traveler's Tales, but have Lego themselves given him a minifigure yet? Here we go. Here's Brickopedia. No, it's just from the Lego. So we're gonna. So this one we're gonna get a little more creative with. So let's look at how the video game did style him first off. So first of all, he's kind of wearing the exact same thing as Satipo, but his is a white shirt with gray. So we can probably, honest to God, get away with that. He also is wearing a different... so for the sake of our thing, we're just going to completely remove the necklace. And we are going to give him the tanner skin, I think. But no, because that's this skin. Oh, but we do have, you know what? So we do have that, the pinkish skin, don't we? That doesn't really look all that great, though, does it? Let's see what it looks like real quick. Yeah, replace it. I know it's the same thing. So I was thinking, so there's this skin tone, right? Which is like a red. That's not... Actually, it's not terrible, because he is a relatively brown man, you know, like... Or I say that, and he's probably played by a white dude. But no, maybe not. I don't know. They might have gotten an extra from wherever they were shooting. Venezuela. Yeah, he might be Venezuelan. His character is Peruvian, but... So I don't know. Anyway, my point is he's a rather dark-skinned fellow. So I think I could probably get away with doing that. Which means I can also then do this to make that look right. And then so he had a white shirt. So we'll steal the... So that's actually pure white. So let's steal the gray. And we'll make his sweat and whatnot. Whoops. So there. So now they're wearing essentially the same outfit. But... And you know what else we can do? He would be wearing his belt. How about this? So that we can make them at least a little bit more... what's the word? His belt would actually be belted. Let's go with that. To make them more unique is what I was trying to say. So that they're not completely just using the exact same duplicated... Like, let's just assume that his belt would actually be buckled correctly. And for that matter, he would be wearing a different color belt. closer to the Blockland. Brown. There we go. Oops. Nice. Okay, there we go. Now they're separate. Now they're different. They're wearing similar outfits, but they are different fellows. and that's what's gonna matter. Okay? Alright. What I can still not... Veronica. I don't know. Whatever. Next to each other, despite being... It's like the Jedi robes. All of the Jedi robes were pretty much the same decal, but with little minor alterations. So this gives us just a little bit of a different look for each of them. So let's give him his thumb. Cool. So yeah, they're basically wearing the same outfit, but again, who gives a flying poop? Because the Lego minifigure kind of looks the same. So now we got to do their faces. So let's actually open up. Let's open up Indiana Jones's default face again. Because we'll start there as a. Oh, you know what? No, because we'll probably need beards for both of these guys, won't we? Or at least for Veronica. Veronica. Baranka. How do I pronounce you? I'm sure if I look this up, someone has, or the AI or whatever can fucking do it. Oh, okay, it's a word. Neat. Give it to me.
Baranka.
Okay, so I wasn't too far off. Baranka. So anyway, so Baranka probably... So yeah, so it doesn't look like Satipo has himself a beard here, but Baranka definitely has a beard. And it looks pretty similar to Indy's facial structure and all that, except he's obviously got thinner eyebrows, and he's got a little more... so what we are going to use this as our raw... I think I can get away with probably... Yeah. Oops. Come on. Remove keyframes from the details. And then also what I was saying though is that he's got, so he does have more of a lines going down the face, and he's got like an extra bit of fulcrum, whatever that's called. So this needs to be different. So something more attuned to this. Yeah, something a little more like that, I think. And then also, kind of make sure his lip is accentuated there. Okay. And then probably... Yeah. So we can kind of get away with just sort of, because he's only in the movie for, like, God, fucking probably a minute or less. So it's like I don't need him to be super, super detailed. So he's got all the same facial expressions as Indy. I mean, except of course he won't need the smirk. So we can just completely remove that. So smile, frown. Which we'll probably get away with just making them look a little angrier for the frown. And then the sullen, which I don't know how many of these I'll even end up using. But it helps to have them just in case. Because you never know, this might work for another character later down the road. It might look right. You know, I might be able to use these later again. So this one's kind of the getting hurt one. This one I was kind of thinking of giving some surprise brows though. Probably leaning into the... Yeah, there we go. Like that. And then there's the shocked ones. I know that's gonna look weird with the... Oops. Maybe I could bring them down a little bit so that they... Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. There we go. So there's our expressions. And that gives us a nice wide range. I do like making the big-eyed for shocked. We don't really have a shocked face for Block Wars because people don't really express fear in that series. To be completely honest. What do you want? Wah! Okay. Alright, we're gonna save this as Banakara. And we're gonna get our... Whoops. Go do it. Save right. Yeah, faces, yeah. And then Raider faces. Whoops. Okay. There we go. So now if we go back to faces, yep, we got all of those. Put those in thumbs. And I don't know why I zipped it already like I was ready to import it. Just felt like I was. But, okay. So now we got that. We gotta do good old steady pull. And so he's got thicker eyebrows. He's got the thing. He's not wearing, so we can start with the same base, I think, here. Can completely get rid of the beard. Hey. And then it's like his face is kind of just a... Stop licking me. Just kind of a... down the side here. Get away with doing it like that. Yeah, alright. But then he also has those Alfred Molina. Let me make sure I'm... Molina. Show me your... Yeah, he's got some honking eyebrows, you know? So... and some thick caterpillars. So obviously the Lego did the same thing, so we're going to try to do that too. It looks like the way that they're trying to convey a furry eyebrow is that they've given it just a little bit of like a poke of hair, so to speak, right here at the front. And we're just going to round it out a little bit. Oops. And then that's going to kind of give us our Alfred Molina. And then he's got a little bit bigger. There we go. So now, oh, that's looking a little bad actually. Hold on. I think it's just because they're a little too prominent. There we go. This is a little better. And they're going to remain pretty thick that way. I might want to stretch, or not stretch, you know, yeah, just a little bit like that. How does that look? That's better. Maybe they're just a little too wide. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's pretty, that's giving pretty Alfred Molina. There we go, okay. So let's go ahead and details each face. So, frown. A little bit more sad. Something like that. Oh yeah, the sort of grimacing from pain one. We're going to kind of probably give some Angie, just a little bit of Angie. And then the real big shocked. Real big shocked and worried. Yeah, okay. And then, oh, I forgot to save it first. Stop. Go. Oh my god. What's your name again? Satipo? Satipo? Satipo. Satipo. Raw. There we go. Okay. And then we're going to export as our movie. We're just going to call it Satipo. And give us all the frames. Okay. So now we have all the faces. We have all the decals. Now we just need to do the hats. And we need to finish Indy's hat, make sure it fits. Which we could do that real quick because I did actually replace that one earlier. So let's go see if that looks right. Notice there's nobody watching me. It's just me talking to myself, but that's okay. Guess I wasn't super exciting today. I'm hoping to get to film some stuff today, actually. That is ultimately my goal. Why did I do that? Oh, because I took the faces are... Oh, the faces are there? Oh, I did. I added Indy's face. Dun 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 dun. Indy's hat. Hope I fixed it. It's just hat. H. Hat. Indy, yep. I think I fixed it. And I think I even fixed the back part. So hopefully it just looks right. Also, I hope I just... Because I realized it didn't apply the mirror modifier, and I'm pretty sure that the DTS exporter will apply that mirror modifier for me. Because it definitely applies the edge splitting modifiers. So I'm pretty sure the DTS exporter is set to do that automatically, so... But, you know, whatever. If it doesn't... Blockland is being exceptionally slow today. There we go. See, you just gotta talk about it. You gotta, like, say something. Like, hey, you're taking too long, and then it'll get going. Okay. So now, Indy... Yeah. Okay. The back problem is gone, I think. Now, there's a little... I see a little bit of... Just a teensy bit. I gotta fix that. Oh, there it is. There's a capture card. It's only on the one side. Oh! But... Sacrifices we made that we solved back here, we lose up here. So the option is to widen the hat. Or I guess the option really is to just scale up the hat a little bit. Just enough so that it fits the head. But then I just don't want it to be too big. See how big it already is? Oh, you know what? I know what the option is. The option is to widen this guy out. And then maybe... I would say take the hat in a little bit, but... This looks pretty good, though. Yeah, let's fix that hat. So I think all I have to do is pull this in just a little bit, pull that out just a little bit. And then I could even, honestly... Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That should do it, I think. Without overexerting the size of the hat. I might have made it too big, though. We'll see. Oh, I don't know why I started Blockland. I hadn't put the thing in yet. Gosh darn it. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Meow. Alright, hold on. I know I did this already, but I'm going to do it again just so I don't forget. Indy hat. Raiders. Models. Hats. Hat. Hat. Delete. Drag. Cool. Copy. Add-ons folder. Place. Ah, man, I did not mean to open rebuild. There we go. Regular Blockland. Okay. Sorry. It's like playing with my cat. I wasn't paying any attention. Alright, hat. Indy, it's still there. Okay, I didn't break it. Here's what I'm thinking. So, Baranka, whatever. He's just wearing a white fedora, right? At least in the Lego game. I think I could just reskin the indie hat I already have. Yeah, I can reskin it. It's just a white fedora with a red brim. So that's easy. So I'll just have to make the hair. Alright, so let's make sure I fixed the hat. Oh, I think I did. Oh boy, no. I did, but I didn't. He looks a little too far forward now. I guess I could adjust where the hat sits. Push it back a little bit to even it. And then also it looks like it just needs scaled out just a teensy bit too. But otherwise we're getting there. The only problem is that lip. That lip just doesn't look right. So we just got to pull the hat back, I think, a little bit. I think that'll give us... Well, I don't know. Not necessarily, huh? Our shape's getting right. See, this is the problem with wanting to do, like... Because obviously a human head is round. You know, we don't have these squares to stick through. I mean, it only looks dumb from that angle. But there will be that time where I'll want to record from the complete side profile and it'll be like, man, Indy's hat looks stupid. But otherwise, we're getting there. We're certainly getting there. Let me take a screenshot of this because it does at least look pretty choice, actually. Alright, let's fix that hat. So, I think what I need to do is I need to find my, I think it's just an OBJ. Here we go. Player base mesh hat. Yeah, there we go. So that gives me, and I can already see where the edges are sticking out. So let's fix this. So yeah, so when we pull the hat back, that's what we lose, right? So what we can't actually have going on. So here's what I'm thinking might be our compromise. Make the brim a little bit bigger even. So that's just a little bit more Lego. And then I think now I can get away with Blockland! Yes, yep, we're playing Blockland today. Well, we're making stuff for Blockland too, but we're playing it. So that did help a little. That doesn't look too bad. But now, see, that's the other thing, though. Now I've made this hat huge! So I think what we gotta do then... Let's see if this actually... Stream is delayed by like 30 seconds. Yeah, I don't know why. There's no good reason. It just is. Whoops. Did not mean to hide that. Because fedoras are pretty... Oh. Ah, see, that's what I lost. But see, that's how a fedora should look, right? So what... Okay, so what I think maybe I need to do... Google it. I could probably. Like, why is my stream this way? So anyway, I think what I need to do is I need to... Perhaps make a loop cut here and maybe try to make this a little more square. Which I know sounds not necessarily like it's gonna work that well. Yeah, that didn't work super well at all, and it's made it less like a hat. Alright, hold on. Well, okay, so I don't need it to be the thickest brim anymore. So that back up. Oh, you know what? You know what? I know what'll solve this. Oops. Oh my god. YouTube settings for studio. You can try changing latency. Oh, okay. Will I have to restart the broadcast to do that, though? I might. I don't know. I will fix that, though. If that is something I can fix. But anyway, so my thought was, so fedoras are already tall. What if we compensate in that department? Since it's going to be high up anyway. And then we uncompromise in that department. So it's a little, so now we're kind of back to the, why I think Lego gave their figure hair. Because it kind of looks like it could. That doesn't look too bad, though. Honest to God. I can make it just a little bit bigger. No, it's too goofy. I just want to figure out, because now there's still just a little bit of those guys poking through. There we go. There we go. That's actually gonna... I think that's kind of gonna do it. That gives it the right shape. It's the right fedora. It fits the Blocko head. I think it'd be maybe just a teensy bit bigger. Comically sized fedora. Make it really large. Oh, like make it like this. Okay, that would be funny if Indiana Jones just wore like something super duper unnecessarily large. Oh boy. Oh boy, I thought I fixed that. What did I do that didn't fix that? Okay, that's pretty good then. Let's save that. And let's test that out real quick and make sure it's working. Nice. Restart one more time. I don't have you on Discord to send the picture. Oh, you can add me on Discord if you want. I'm also, if you want, I'm in the Blockland United Discord. Nice shirt. Am I wearing it? What do you mean? Am I wearing it? What shirt am I wearing? I'm just wearing a black shirt. Or are you talking about the shirt I was making on the game? I actually don't know. I'm assuming you're talking about something on the game. But anyway, you're not like you're actually watching right this second. Well, maybe you are. Alright, hat. Indy's still working. Cool. Oh wait, did you just message me? I think you did. Yes. Hello. Aha! Yes. Large hat. You're the one who chose to sit in my lap. You were the one who will not leave me alone. Alright. Please look right. Ah, there's still a little bit, just a teensy bit sneaking through. Dang it. Alright, we gotta fix that. Why am I shaking? My player's shaking. There we go. But anyway, just gotta fix that. So it's just a little higher. But otherwise we're getting there. But now does the hat look a little too small? No. No, yeah, the hat does look... I think the brim can be a bit wider. That way. Yep. So I've got two things I know how to fix that then. So... Oh, and I'm seeing it too, you know? It's this. That was making it a little bit kind of goofy shaped. But then we do need... Whoops. I think these would go with it, but I'm just going to select them. But yeah, this I want to scale up on the y-axis. Yeah, there we go. I can even, I think, go so far as to just individually on the y-axis. This guy. There we go. Now we're really getting more into the territory of the hat. Alright, and then the last thing we needed to fix was the front was still just not high enough. So I'm just gonna, I think, oh, you know what? I think I can just do a rim. Yep. Just gonna bring these up a little bit and this up a little bit too. And I think that will hopefully do it for the fedora. So I think I might do a scene though. The joke of the big hat is still pretty funny. I might do one scene, maybe even just as an Easter egg, where Indy's hat just like giant for just a frame, just for like one shot, and you're not sure why, and then it goes back to normal. But it's just in there. I always like little visual gags like that. I think those are funny. Yeah. Yeah. Kitty cat. Yeah. There's the old hat. Oh, shut up, Frank. You've been barking all day. Hat. Indy's still there. Go, go. Well, I'm going to use this brief intermission time. Whoa. Yeah, okay. Indy. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Indiana has a nice shirt. Okay, you were talking. I figured you were talking about this. I just wasn't sure. I was like, you talking about me? I think I'm wearing a V-neck. I mean, thank you. You know, nice shirt. Thank you. Okay, so Indy looks right, but now he really does. Honest to God, I know I said that I thought it looked stupid. I really do think I might need to add hair. I think hair is what this is missing. Like, him not having anything on the side or the back kind of does feel a little weird to me. But only because I had to bring the hat so far up on the forehead. It makes it look like he's bald underneath there. Which I know is what, again, the original Lego and the new Lego has hair on the sides. And it's like we were saying, like, the hair kind of looks silly. I think I'm going to add hair. I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's do that real quick. And then, because we can also add for Barakna, his hair, Barakna, his hair's just longer. So I can make two versions. So let's add the hair real quick. So let's import that OBJ reference again for hat. Where are you, hat? Player base mesh hat. There we go. Okay. And I am going to add just some hair. Just a quick cube for hair. And this is just the easiest way to add some really simple... Because Indiana Jones obviously has very simple hairstyle anyway. Get rid of the hat for a second. And get rid of the player for a second. There we go. Just a really, really basic indie hair. So what did Lego do? So yeah, they do cut that off in the front there. So maybe that is probably for the best to do the same. And just have this come forward. Well, at that point, you know what? I just realized. At that point, we really don't need most of this, do we? We just need a cube. And then I don't want it to be completely bald here, so we'll pull it up a little bit. There we go. And I was thinking, actually, Indiana Jones should have some sideburns. Just a little bit. And then I think then we can get away with doing something like this. And that's not too bad. Yeah. That's pretty good. I think that's gonna add just enough of... And you know what? It still kind of looks like he's bald, and it's because I still can pull this up forward even more. And I can even probably rotate to match up with the angle of the face. There we go. Well, now it looks a little too thick on the sides here. Oh yeah, because especially if it's going to stick out the fucking hat. I can't have that happen, can I? I went through that whole trouble just to get the head to stick out. Now the hat, or the hair. And that's really, I mean, that's all there is to hair. I think I can maybe add some details to this, just a little bit. Edge split it. Now it's a little more not exactly a square. So okay, so then last thing we need to do is I need to pull the color from the eyebrows, because that's actually what I wanted here. Oh, let's save this too, actually. Barakna. Did I already save this? Okay, yeah, that's what it is, right? So, anyway, alright. Indie chest, Brockman chest, Sato chest. Oh, okay, I guess I recovered it. I don't know. Raiders, faces. What am I trying to do? No, I want to import. Hold on. I just want to grab the color. Jesus Christ. Alright, import to stage. Faces. Indie. There we go. Just wanted to take this color. And we'll do it while we're still in animate, because why the hell not? 16 by 16. And we will call this hair. Raiders, models, hats, hat, hair, save. Alrighty, and now hair, whoops. Hair, oh my god, I did it twice. Hair. Shaders. Cool. Cool. So that should do it. That should give us a nice Indiana Jones with some hair, right? Because, I mean, he doesn't have anything super particularly... Yeah, they gave him a little bit of that shape like I did. That should do it. I think that'll do it. I hope that'll fix the problem my brain has with him looking bald, too. And I'm starting to, like, see now why Lego added the hair that they added. And the cool thing is this hat.blend, when I originally zipped that, that's the original hat design. So if I fucked anything up and need to start over, it can go all the way back to that instance. Come on. Copy. Paste. Replace. Alright, let's see our final thing in action. Because then this we'll know we can easily modify it to be the other hat. Because we'll just change the hair to black. Change the hat brim to red, and then the hat itself to a white. And we'll have another hat immediate. And then we'll just need to do... we'll just need to do Satipo. Satipo. Satipo? I should really learn how to pronounce these names, because I'm gonna... Well, no, because that's the thing. Nobody ever says them in the movies. It's not like it's ever once brought up that these characters are named what they're called. Indiana Jones is the only character who I think whose name, except maybe like Marion Ravenwood and like, you know, I'm trying to think of some of the other names that they probably do say out loud. But most of these characters just go unnamed. They're only named in the script. So it's not like I need to know how to pronounce these names, because I'm not going to have to say them out loud. Meow. Meow. Alright, last test. Please be good. Oh, okay, everything worked except the hair texture. Oh, because I didn't fucking... Hold on. I know what I didn't do. Gotta put it in there, too. There it is. If it's not in the zip file, it ain't gonna work, dummy. I know these things. Meow. 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 No. A crack kid getting hit with the basketball. No. Yeah. 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 Yes, thank you. You've demonstrated perfectly how much you sound like Crack Kid Vine. She's like getting up, like, I'm gonna go. But no, she's not. She's gonna stay. She's like, you can make fun of me all you want. I'm still gonna stay. Yeah. Alright. Last test, for real. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, I don't hate that. Because I'm going to end up using that hair as a base for him anyway. Like, I'll put his bangs back or whatever so that it looks like hair when he's not wearing the hat. Because I'm assuming there's going to be a scene where he's not wearing the hat. So I think that was necessary. So there we go. There's pretty much our finished Indiana Jones, though. Let's load up a quick save to put him in the... Yeah, give me the idle room. Oh, look at that. I'm already standing where I need to be standing. Environment. saves. I want idle room. Load. Cool. I'll sacrifice the printer for the hand. Oh my god. Hold on. Do that again. There we go. Whoa. The face is wrong, obviously, though. I don't like him being a smirk when he's doing this. The smirk is almost similar to the Han smirk, which makes sense, because it's obviously all Harrison Ford. Where's all my Indiana Jones faces gone? Here we go. So we're going to want him to be... This is probably his concentrating face. Oh, of course. Alright, whatever. There we go. That looks really good. I think that looks really good. And I mean, honestly, while we're at it, we should get a smirk in there, too. I'm just going to lose all my items to do this. Whee! Alright. Just a quick smirk, just to see what it looks like. Okay. Alright, let's kill myself so I have my items. Not that I need them, because I'm about to leave the game anyway. Alright, cool. So that worked. We got some good screenshots. Alrighty, so now, the last things we need to do are, while we're doing them, let's just do them in order. Let's fix up this hat to be the other guy's hat. So we're going to save it as not Indy's hat, but Karappa. Well, okay, yeah. Obviously, it's still Indy's hat, but hold on. God dang it. I don't want that window open right now. What is his name? Barakana. Barakana. Baranka. Baranka. I don't know. Anyway, save as Ind hat. Oh, that's funny. Baranka hat. Alright, hold on. Let's delete Ind hat because we don't need it. Okay, Baranka hat. So open that one. So now we're just going to get rid of the colors because we're going to make our textures different. So a red brim and a white hat. And so again, we're still just in animate because why not? So we're going to use all of these colors as well. So that for white. So we'll call that white. And actually, we're just going to call this, we're going to make a new folder. Because Indiana Jones, I think I wanted that hat to be separate. Bar, I don't care. At this point, I'm getting sick of trying to remember how to say the name, let alone how to spell the goddamn name. So this will probably be our red stripe, because that's like the Blockland red. And then his hair is just, we're going to use the Blockland black, which is not a true black, it's just a very dark gray. We'll call that black. And then now we can go back into Blender. White. 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 Red. Red. Oops. Cool. And then black. Cool. So there's his hat. So he's wearing, again, the same, it's just the same fucking fedora. But, sorry, I yawned and you had to yell at me. But anyway, same fedora, but it gives him just a little bit of a different, oh, and his hair is longer too. So you know what? we can actually, and he even has like kind of longer hair. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a little bit of points to his hair, so that we can do this. So his hair's got a little bit of pointiness to it. And since it's a little bit longer, we'll pull it down a little bit more too. And maybe even just take the backs here. Yeah. Scale that on the x-axis. So there we go. And then that, we're going to save. We're actually going to go over here, Hat Raiders, and save it in there. And then export our DTS in there as well. And you know what? Hold on. Hat Indie. Commands, description, name check server. Copy all that. Hat Raiders. Don't need that to be in its own folder. I don't know why I put it in its own folder. There's no need for that. Okay. Name check. Hat Raiders. Save. Description. Indiana Jones hats. Yeah. That's still fine. Commands. Indie. His hat is just going to be bar. For Baranka hat. Maybe bar with 2 R's. Yeah, let's just make his with 2 R's. And then send the server. We're going to change to Baranka hat. Command bar yeah, okay, so that should be good. Now we need to start another file here real quick. Oops. Import our OBJ again. Player base hat. OBJ. Import. Okay. And so now we need to create the this thing. So the funny thing though I'm noticing is that is actually a hairstyle that Lego uses all the time. That's just the regular bowl cut. I technically have that hairstyle, I'm thinking. So here's where I'm thinking I can grab it from. Import DTS, or actually no. Hang on, I don't even need to do any of this. Hold on. I just need to open it. I already have it. I just need to open it and change the color. So it's in Block War Saga, models, hats. Come on, player hats. Where are the hats? Episode 1 folder? No. Where did I... It's from episode 1. It's Anakin's hat. Anakin's hairstyle is the bowl cut. I've already modeled this exact haircut to work on. I just need to find the blend file of it, which I know. Or even the hat, for that matter. Where's the hat add-on? Because it's not... Yeah, it's not in there. And it's not in... I thought it would be in models. Characters. Hats. Here we go. Anakin boy. Yep, there it is. But, oh, but there's no blend file? Anakin episode 1. I guess it's right here, yeah. It's not going to open in the right blender. Hold on. I shouldn't have double-clicked it. There we go. So yeah, that's the hair I want. So that's actually perfect. So we're just going to change its to black because it's the same color as this guy. Boom. I think the only thing I might need to change is, I think, because of the Anakin head, his hairstyle. Oops. Oh, I forgot I had already applied the edge split. Hold on. Remove doubles. Reapply an edge split. 40. Yep. Okay. Anyway, the Anakin head, the Anakin face, I should say, his eyes were down a little bit lower, so I think I just need to do that. And I think that's perfect for an adult, for the Alfred Molina character, Satipo. Oh, I do not want to overwrite that, though. I do not. Hat Raiders. Satipo hat. Save. And then export that DTS. Cool. Oh my god, I think I could actually film some stuff right now if I wanted to. I do believe I could. So, maybe we'll do that. Definitely have some time. Because I just needed him, which I've got him, I've got Indy, and I've got my other guy. What's the other name? I think there's a couple of, there's like people with them. Yeah, I have a couple of like extras, essentially, so I'm trying to remember what those guys look like, though. I guess they don't have to be anything particularly special. Let's look up the opening of Raiders again. First 10 minutes. Yeah, this should be everything I need, right? Yep, pretty much. Yep. Paramount Pictures presents. We could probably do, yeah, so these guys, there's extra guys with them. Well, I guess they have a donkey, but I don't care about that. I could just have a horse. I could have a couple horses with them. There, yeah, see, the guy's wearing the little, like, the beanie. I don't really need to do anything special. Those guys can, you know what? Those guys can honestly just be wearing, like, a Lego Star Wars prints or something. Alright, real quick, I actually do need to take a bathroom break. So I'm gonna do that. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Not that there was anyone waiting for me, but anyway, yeah. So those guys can just be, I think, extras wearing backpacks, like just regular Blocko heads. I don't need to make them special characters because they're only in there for a few seconds. Almost swallowed my water wrong. But anyway, so yeah, that's the hairs. I think. Well, Christ Almighty, I think if I package those add-ons up together and I put all the decals together, I think I could actually shoot a few scenes while I'm here. Well, no, how can I do that? OBS is what I use to record. I can't. I just realized. I can't, unless I can open 2 copies of OBS at the same time. I don't think I can. Unless you meant to do this. Yeah, I did mean to do this. Run normal. Oh. Well, shoot. I guess I could do this, couldn't I? Because it'll keep recording me over here. Right? I'm checking both OBSs. Yeah, I'm still streaming. And OBS is up and running. So this one, if I change to Block Wars and scene collections to, I think, Block Wars, yeah. There we go. I could do this. Alright. Well, we'll keep that in mind then. I can have 2 OBSs running at the same time. I wasn't sure if I could do that or not. So that's cool. Alright, so let's package all our shit up then. Alright. So Hat Raiders. Let's add our Satipo hat. And we'll be good to go on that. Actually, I do like to add this little comment line. This is like Packer's original script, and I just modify it at this point, but... So Sati. Yeah, I could do the whole thing. That's not hard to type. Satipo. Satipo. Yeah, I've named everything else Satipo. I might as well. Yep. So that should do that. And they are both there. Yep. And so I should just be able to make hat raiders.zip. There's no email. I didn't want to email it. Why did you email it? Oh, compress and then email. No, I didn't mean to hit that. Copy that, put it in there. Raiders, faces, thumbs in the faces. 7-zip, .zip. Rename face Raiders, I guess. That's what we're calling it. What did I call it before? Face Indie? No, I called it Face Raiders. Oh, I spelled Raiders wrong though. Face Raiders. There. Christ. Okay. So that should be that. Oh, and then the decals. We gotta put the decals. Decal Raiders. Decal Indiana. Well, I can get rid of that. I don't need it. Sir Raiders. There. Alrighty, let's test everything out and make sure they all work. I also need to, before I even start, if we are going to film anything, I need to apply my custom resolution, which I believe I have as 1920, whoa, 1920 by 801, because that's anamorphic widescreen. Let me double check my other footage, because that'll be how I determine if that is the truth or not. I have episode 3 because it's the most recent. Again, footage. Just take a look at one of these recordings here. Get the properties of it. Details. 802. Okay, not 801. I was so close. So 1920. 802. Tiny difference. But that maybe I want that pixel to matter. I don't know. So now, yes. So now this OBS is set to, yeah. So I should be able to record and stream at the same time. I'm noticing I'm not seeing any of my functions though. There we go. Oh, it's the NDI source. I don't even know. Guess I don't need it. Why was there even webcam? That was weird. Okay, but yeah, there's Blockland. It's the right size, yeah. Let's go profile, new profile. We'll call this Blockiana Jones. It's the same, everything's the same, but optimized just for recording. Sure. Yeah, that's not what I wanted though. I guess it doesn't matter. You know what? It doesn't really matter. But anyway, what I wanted to do real quick though was to go to settings, right? Where are my settings? Where are the recordings folder right now? Oh, Blockwars 3, yeah. So that's fine. I'd like to change. I guess maybe I can't do that while I have two of them running at the same time. Maybe that's what's going on here. That's fine then. It can record to the to that folder and live there. Okay. But anyway, what I was gonna do though is I was gonna start my game, and I was going to make sure all my add-ons were still functional. I think I need to enable Hat Raiders because that's its own separate thing right now. Yep, Hat Raiders, Hat Indie's still functional. I'm assuming that the decals and everything got moved in, right? Pretty sure I copied that into the folder. If I didn't, I can just restart Blockland, but boy, I would feel silly if I did that. But that's not to say that I didn't do something like that. But I just need to test that the hats are working too, for that matter, so. Okay, let's see what we got. So. I think the faces must have worked. Yeah, they did. They're in. There we go. So we've got. Here's Baraka. No, or sorry, Satipo. Here's Baraka. Barakana. And then we got Indiana Jones himself. And we've got their gross shirts. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, gross shirt. I love gross shirt, you know? Gross shirt is so gross. Yeah, you know what? He's gonna look fine. Yeah. That skin tone's not too bad, because that is... I mean, he's supposed to be Peruvian, so, like... Let's set you as 2. I guess I could keep... I like to keep me at 0, my default guy. Because 1 is going to be indie. I got this special custom color right now. Dun, 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 dun. Yep. That looks so good. Why does it have, do you see how it has that, but then that thumbnail's different, and it's not, whatever. Doesn't matter. What color was I doing on the pants? Was I doing the brown? I need to actually look at my own freaking screenshots here. Hold on. Screenshots. I should have saved this. I thought I had this outfit saved. Yeah, I was just doing brown for the pants and the black for the shoes. Okay. That's easy to do. Alright, there we go. So you can have brown shoes, actually. To try to differentiate. Oh, you don't need a hook hand, though. And what about the darker tan? Does that look weird? No, because I did for the chest, I did make him the lighter skin tone. So, okay, set faves as 1. There we go. So there's my guy at 2. And then I need to make Barakna, or Satipo. So Satipo, I think, is also going to be the, well, no. Yeah. No. He can be, because he's fucking an English actor. I know he's supposed to also be Peruvian or whatever, but... Let's give you your gross-ass fucking shirt. And then your pant can be the brown, the indie brown, the special brown. And then we'll set your fave to 3. So now we got our 3 main guys, and then we'll do a rando. Let's just do a default smiley, and I was even thinking of these robes, because the guys in the Indiana Jones are kind of just wearing these robes, and they're Peruvian too, so they're going to be the same, and they can be wearing. No. Maybe they should be wearing... Yeah. So they just kind of look like Jedis. They're going to also have backpacks on, which can also be... No. I like them being the default brown. And then maybe they're wearing a hat. We'll call that 4. So there we go. So there's our 3 guys. Or sorry, our 4 guys. Well, these will be our default backpackers. This guy and this guy, who again, they're wearing basically the same shirts, but obviously they're a little bit different. And then of course Indiana Jones. So yeah, so we got our cast. So now we need to make sure all our hats are still working. So let's type our commands in. So Indy, still good. Baraka, yes, he's looking good. He's wearing his white fedora. And the reskin worked perfectly. And then again, if I switch to his look, there we go. That's what he's going to look like. So actually, we can load up the jungle. We can take some screenshots outside of that. I'm a kitty cat. Meep, meep, meep. Wee. Alright, where's my little entrance? Here we go. And then let's, oops. Let's change the environment to the correct idol temple, right? That's what we called it. And then temple 2 has its own... Or wait, no, don't I have one for each of these actually? Isn't this the one where they're separate? Where Idol Temple 2 is actually its own... No. No, it's not. Okay. This is just the color. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Alrighty, let's take a quick screen grab of this guy. Da-na-na. Cool. And you know what? I'd like to do this real quick. Let's do Control F, which is my keybind for... I'm just going to take a quick screenshot with all 3 of them. Okay. Let's do Indiana Jones. Bum, bum, bum. I kind of want to have him turning. And then maybe one where he's not turning so I can take both. I don't know, we'll see. Okay, and then Satipo. Satipo! How did you turn out? Yes! Yes! Exactly! That's what I mean. It's the same hair. It's just needed to be... The bangs just needed to go up a little bit higher because otherwise they would have been too in his face. Yeah! Now that's called reusing assets smartly. Because Lego does the same thing. Lego uses the same mold. Okay, so now I should be able to take my screenshots here. And then one where I turn forward. There we go. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see what those look like. Oh, those look great. Those look fantastic. Yeah, this is looking just this is looking even better than Block Wars, to be completely honest. Okay. So I guess the question becomes, what do we do? So it's 6:40, so I got about an hour. So I could do some filming, but I don't have any voices recorded yet. So that's the thing. So I don't know if I want to do that yet anyway. Well, there is something I could do. So, I should also mention, since we're on the stream, I forgot to show it. I also finished the, so let's save this if we haven't. I finished the biplane. There we go. So here's the biplane. Well, it's okay, it's almost finished. I have to add the one last piece here. I forgot to add this there's a little connector between the wing, because otherwise the wing is kind of just floating. It's a piece like this that goes right here to create sort of the thing. But otherwise the biplane is finished, so I'm going to add an animation to this to have it looping and have that be spinning. And then maybe make it like a floating prop. And then I'm also going to see if I can't make it an actual, just take one of the existing planes and modify it to be my plane. And I think that, well, here real quick, we have Blockland open. What happens? I actually do want to check. This cat is licking my leg now. I think my numlock was turned off. There we go. Yep, my numlock was turned off. Can you stop? Please don't do that. Can you seriously stop licking my leg? You got a little baby cat fucking no, ow, it's your little rough tongue. Yeah, Mew. Alright, I want to know what happens. Please! Okay, you gotta get off. I just want to know what happens if I put a plane. What is the stunt plane? There's an airplane, right? There's a standard flying plane? Well, okay, I guess it's all the wheeled Jeep. Oh, it'll just sink. So that's no good. So yeah, it'll have to be... So even if I make it an actual flying vehicle, it's not going to float right unless it's specifically designed to float, like one of these. So I could make the plane... But that's the thing about these floats from episode 3. This is just essentially the horse. You know what I mean? It's just another rideable guy, and that's why it floats, because I can even jump. It's not like it's an airplane. It's not like it's a flying vehicle that can then take off. So that's kind of a pickle. So it's like I don't think I need to make it. Maybe I don't need to make, unless well, okay, so I guess the point is I could make it, I can make it its own little runway in the water, an invisible runway that it sits on, so that way it actually has something to float. Have you seen the band map? The band map is crazy. I don't even know what you, check out the map. It's like literally a murder board. The BAM. Is this like is this a server? Is this somebody playing Blockland right now that I'm missing? I mean, I guess I think that's what you're asking me to. What? Okay, I'm gonna Google it real quick because I don't know what you're talking about. The BAM map. Right? That's what you said. Have you seen the BAM map? Yeah, the BAM map is crazy. It's a murder, but what are you? I want to know what you're talking about. It's like, okay, cool. What is this a Blockland thing? I mean, I'm assuming it is because you're in my stream for Blockland. So no, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. But anyway, so what was I saying? So yeah, the biplane. So I guess I can't necessarily make the biplane its own actual like airplane for the physics of what I need it to do. I'll have to make it a couple of static objects. But I was thinking of having it when it actually takes off. I think I do want it to be a real Blockland plane flying vehicle because I feel like that would look the most authentic to what I want. But if that doesn't work, I can always just make it a prop that I can animate and just have it take off anytime I want, how I want, you know. It all depends on the shot, I guess. But anyway, so, okay, yeah, so I've got the biplane ready. The last thing I'll have to do is I will have to do procedural terrain generator to create a little bit more of the area where Indy runs out of the other side of the temple. But I guess, yeah, we could do a little bit of filming. But maybe not. Because I'm trying to think, like, if I'm ready to film, because I don't have any voices recorded. I still haven't gotten much past this couple of, how many pages do I have? I've got 4 pages of script. Well, 3, because one is the title page, I think. Yeah, so I've got 3 pages of script. And I need to finish writing that. So I'm trying to think if I want to do this, how I want to do this. So here's something I could do in the meantime. Something that needs to get done. Because I've showed you how I make static props already. I'm almost positive. Have I scaled this down yet? I don't think I've scaled this down yet. This needs to get scaled down. Because I've showed you how I make static props, and they're just animated objects that just kind of do their own thing. And they can loop that animation. And then you are being a real annoying little brat. You want to say hi? No, you just want to make a funny pig noise? You're annoying. Do you know that? Do you know how annoying you are? You have no idea how annoying you are. You're the most annoying little kitty cat, baby cat who's ever been. Okay. But anyway, so there's one last thing I need to model before I can even start shooting anyway, because there's a scene I've written in the script where right when they find the well, obviously, so yeah, I still have the whip. I have to think about how I'm going to do the whip. I really do want to do, I'd love to do like skeletal animation, which I know there's a version of Blender that will do that for Torque, but it's like an old version of Blender. It's like 2.5 or something, or like whatever. It's way back. It's older than what I'm using right here, and I don't know how to use that version or how to get that one working. But that's not necessarily well, here I can show off real quick, probably. Let me show you. Yeah, let me show you the whip that I was thinking of working on. Please don't step on my keyboard. God. Ugh. Anyway. Oh, where's my hand? There should be a hand here. What happened? There was Blocko hand. Okay, well, I don't know why the hand disappeared, and for that matter, the handle. I had made the handle and the hand. Something feels wrong. I don't know why it would have gotten deleted from this file. That's okay. That really upsets me because that shouldn't be like that. There should be. I had already taken the blockhead hand and had it in here and had it holding a handle that I had modeled and everything, and now it's all gone. That is so strange. Anyway, I'll have to figure out if that's saved up somewhere in a different file and I just goofed. Whatever, but this was kind of the idea that I was going to have, though, right? Is that, like, I was going to parent that to that, parent that to that, parent that to that, that to that, and this to that. And then the idea being that if I rotate, you know, the whip can rotate as it needs to in a segmented way. Obviously, I'll have all of the rotation points be at the correct point. But then, that way I can get away with segmented animation and have something actually unfurl like how a whip does. And I'm wondering if I can hide it by doing it in the old-fashioned, just segmented animation type. Because now I've got a fully rotatable, you know, whip that can actually kind of like uncurl and do the correct shaping. So that's a thought for how I might do that. If that looks okay, I don't know, but we'll see. I might have to do that completely in post. I've thought about doing it that way too, just making it something completely different. But again, because it's only for like 1 or 2 shots, I don't think in the entire movie really does Indy pull the whip out for anything other than sorry, the opening and the scene in the market. So I can worry about that though later. That's not the most important thing right now. But anyway, so what I was gonna say though is the last thing I could model right here. I've written in the script. There's Indy turns and looks, and there's a cave entrance with neon signs all reading "Golden Idol Gift Shop. Leave with the little man in your pocket, and we don't mean your husband." That's kind of funny. But I was thinking of making like big like neon signs or like Golden Idol, like bam, 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 like they're flashing and they're bright. And I wanted it to kind of be like that was the visual gag. And it's only on screen for, like, it breaks continuity on purpose. Like, the camera pans over, and Indy and Satipo look over, and they're like, oh, I guess it was right there. How did we miss it? And then when they're entering the cave, obviously, I'll take all of the neon signs down. They don't have to be there for every shot. It's just for the sake of a visual gag. But I do need to model all of those neon signs. And so that's the last thing I need to model to, like, actually start. Besides the whip, but I haven't decided how I want to do the whip yet. I think the whip might be something that I have to do differently. So maybe I'll just, for the last hour here, I think I might model these neon signs. And then that way I can really get everything kind of put together, and I can take a couple more screenshots with the neon signs in the game. And that'll have all of our character designs all set and good, because everything is looking really great with these guys, how they look right now. Photos, because again, that's a big process too. Is you know, I create the hats and I create the textures, the decals, yeah. So it's like getting all of these things right is part of, you know, getting the whole filmmaking process to look the way I want it to look. So yeah, this is looking really cool. Like, all of these guys up together, all the faces being correct, you know, the hats are correct, his hair is right. See, doing that little bit of extra to his hair just really added that. So I'm really, really more than happy with how well this is turning out. Like, this is looking really great. I'm super duper happy with this. I know I've been saying that the entire process, but that's the thing. I love it when it turns out nice and visually correct, because that's the whole point. Anybody can make anything they want in Blockland, but if you're going to make a movie, you know, if you're going to make a machinima, you have to be able to, you have to make it visually interesting. So anyway, so here's what I'm saying, though. So we're in Blockland real quick. This is what I was meaning to say. Right here is where the neon signs would basically stand, and they'd be like blinking and they'd be animated, and I think I know how I can do that to animate them correctly. And I think the way I have to do that is actually, yeah, so that can be the last thing I do. Because here's what I'm picturing, right? So it's going to be the neon sign lit up, and then it's going to be the neon sign not lit up. And the way to not light it up is to have what I'm thinking will be two versions of the prop. One with the texture set to shadeless, and one with the texture set to shaded. And maybe even a little bit darker of a texture nonetheless. Now, obviously, there's no way to animate your texture, as far as I know. I mean, again, ask Conan. Conan might know. There is a way to do what I'm about to do simpler. But for the sake of what I'm thinking I'm going to have to do, there's no way to animate textures as far as I know. But what I can do is I can swap between which prop is being displayed on the brick back and forth. And I can do that with events. I can just have an event set that just constantly swaps between the bright version and the not bright version so that it looks like it's blinking. And so that's what I'm thinking I'm going to do. So that is actually something... So that's solving a problem, actually. So that is part of this whole thing. So yeah, maybe not getting to do any filming. That's not as, as great as I'd want, but that's okay. Because maybe I don't necessarily need to do that. Oh, these screenshots are looking great. This is going to look so good. I am so excited just how well this is turning out. I love it when things look the way that I want them to. Okay, alright. Sorry, I'm getting way distracted. So yeah, so let's see. Golden Idol Gift Shop. So let's focus on one sign that just says Golden Idol Gift Shop. I don't need to... Yeah. So let's design a sign that says Golden Idol Gift Shop. So let's see. How do I want that to look? So I need a neon... I think I need a neon font to start, because I'm going to want to... Yeah, like a neon, like a script font. So I guess, so really I just need a script font, which I do have. Let's see here. A neon light font. Let's look at Da Font, because Da Font usually has the good stuff. Here we go. Okay, that's like a marquee light, though. That's not really what I want. I want it that looks like a neon sign. Here we go. That kind of looks like how a neon sign would look. That looks like how a neon sign would look. But... I can shut some of these down for right now. Let's see. Neon sign font. I know what I'm looking for when I see it. See, yeah, something like how when the neon lines or the neon, you know what I'm trying to say, like oh, there we go, something like this. That would work if that's a free font to download. I don't know. Kinda that works, but it would have to be. I don't want this outline. I would want these to be solid. But yeah, like something like how these look. Free download. Oh, okay, that worked. Cool. I don't care. Because I'm going to just... So, like, this would work. This would work. So let's download that if it'll let me. Oh, okay, cool. That'll let me. Oop, I don't need to do it twice. That works too. Oh, that's not bad, actually. Let's get that one, too, if it'll let me. Okay, that's 3. That should work. So let's pull these all out. Let's just put them in the downloads folder. Whoops. What? Okay. Take it out and copy to downloads. There we go. Library done. Same thing with you. Copy to downloads. Because I'm just going to load these up. And same thing with you. There we go. Okay. So now I can take this folder and I should be able to add some text. From the text, I can change the font. And we're gonna start with this one. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so let's just Golden Idol gift shop is what I wanted to say. Golden Idol gift shop. And hold on. I'm also thinking that Golden Idol and gift shop can be separate. Yeah, Golden Idol gift shop. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Can we fix the offset, right? Well, I mean, yeah, there, I do want there to be geometry. I need to extrude by probably 0.1. Yeah, 0.1. And then bevel by 0.1? Whoa, no. Bevel by 0.01. Yeah, just a little bit of a bevel so that it looks like a neon sign. But I guess 0.1 is too high, so let's try 0.05. That's pretty good. That looks a little bit more like neon, but even that I can go farther. Let's say 0.025. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty neon-y. And I'll apply the same for this. But real quick, I also want the... Here we go. Spacing. Line space. Here we go. Space our lines differently. Remember, it's still a neon, so it's got to look like it's actually... Alright, I can delete this for now, because I'm just going to... Once I get it the way I want it, I can just do this. Yeah. That looks pretty good. Alright, let's go ahead and duplicate that. And then actually, I'm wondering... Golden Idol? Golden Idol, there we go. Golden Idol, and then gift. Shop, not ship, shop. There we go, gift shop. So that's kind of funny. I mean, that does look like bam, bam, like if they were going back and forth between each other. But I think I can actually then, maybe this one can be a different font. Yeah. Yeah, Golden Idol gift shop. Because then this is kind of like looking like it should be. Yeah, they should be like next to each other like that. Gift slop. There we go. Okay, Golden Idol gift shop. But I kind of think that they should just be kind of blinking together because they're all on the same like circuit. That's what I'm thinking. So yeah, that's my sign. So let's rotate these so that they're like up. And then let's actually add ourselves a brick. So that we can get our proper scale here. So yeah, that's pretty small. Oh, that's okay. So we got a, so I probably want it about 5 high. There we go. thinking maybe 6. Like that's a pretty good sign, right? Blockland sign rather. So then I'm thinking, yeah, so this can just kind of be on. I guess then it wouldn't, yeah, I guess it wouldn't have to be that tall, huh? Yeah, probably 5 tall is too tall. I knew those faces were still in there. Cool. But it helps to get rid of them, so. There. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And so this can be just kind of there. Golden Idol gift shop. And then of course everything needs to be half that size. But real quick, let's... Fonts can't have their... Oh, okay, hold on. That's okay. We need to convert you to a mesh anyway. How do I do that? Object... Oh, hi, baby. You have to walk by the microphone every time? You do. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. You're really helping. You are. You're helping right now. You're doing a great job. You are. Really, truthfully. Alright, anyway, what was I trying to do? Okay, I was trying to convert these to meshes. And then obviously in newer blenders, you just right-click and do that. I forgot how to do it in here. I thought it was under Object Transform? No, that's to literally Object... Isn't there like Convert? How to... Alright, I'm gonna have to look that up, I guess. Blender 2.77 text to mesh. How do? I don't... What is... I'm sorry, I need to... Didn't mean to click on that. What is Blender GTP? Object menu convert to. Okay, I guess I was right. What is Blender GTP? Is it literally a chat GTP that makes a model? Makes a 3D model? If this fucker... I don't like that that's like... I don't know. That's upsetting. Like that's upsetting in like a, again, in like a taking art away sort of thing. Alright, object menu convert to. But I don't have the convert to. That's the thing. Oh, it's right in front of me. God damn it. There we go. Convert to mesh. Okay. You're just yelling. You're just yelling. Oh, there's a lot. Ooh, I didn't think about that. That's gonna have a whole bunch of faces. That might be too many fucking tries. I didn't think about that, did I? That's gonna be a little less, but it's still not. This one might not be good. This one might not work. Here, actually, it'll tell me right now. Not sequence. Okay, I do have another way of doing this. If this doesn't work. Yeah, in the documents folder, just see. Yeah, okay, too many vertexes. That's what I thought. Okay. Dang, I had a really good, like, plan for that, but I guess I don't really need to do it that way, do I? Man, that's kind of not as fun. I mean, obviously, okay, I mean, I can still do it. I just can't do it the way I was here doing it here. I need to do it with, like, curves, essentially. I don't really want to do it with curves. Oh, that makes my head hurt. All right, so there is another way I can do this. And this is the probably the smarter way, because this is the way more. So actually, I'm gonna go back into animate. This is the way more simplistic way of doing it. So whoa, what happened here? How did that happen? Oh, I remember now. Okay, that's fine, which is fine. We don't need that. So let's make this 512 by 512. So I'm going to show you my... So I'm glad I downloaded those fonts still, because I do still want those fonts. So I'm going to install them anyway. Los Enter. Mexa something. Mexcellent. That's a weird name for a font, but let's install all of them, just so that we have them. Library. That one's pretty good too. Okay, so Los Enter. So here's my thought, and this is actually something I'd like to try for a couple of different ideas I've had for how I think this could work. Golden idol. And this is okay, because honestly, this gives me more control over how this is going to look. Okay. Actually, yeah, because you know what? I don't even have to... Because now I can really play around with it. I was even thinking it would look pretty good if, since I can have these. Yeah, and then maybe even the G itself, since it's capital and can be bigger. Yeah, like that. Like, yeah, like golden idol, like it's a real thing. I don't know. Let's break this apart. There we go. Break them apart further. So this is what I'm saying I can do here, right? So, so let's say it was a neon, it was a pink neon, okay? So first of all, I'm gonna try to center this best I can. And just scale it up a little bit. That's pretty good, yeah. Okay, so let's say it's a neon pink, right? So first I'm gonna add some lines around it, because I want to have a glowing effect. Nice, perfect. Set that to the stage, and then you can be set to white. Or sorry, not white. Same color pink, but a little bit brighter to give the illusion of a glow. So that's our neon. And then, oh god, sorry, I don't mean to be yawning. We're gonna get rid of our glow in this next frame. And this one's going to be a little bit darker, like the light has been turned off. Something like that. So this is our bright. Bzz, 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 bzz. I think I can even make a glow, actually. I think I might add a glow effect. Here's how I'm going to do that. convert this to a movie clip. I can apply a filter. I can just apply a glow filter, actually. Set the glow color to the same pink. Set it to high quality glow. Make it maybe as big as 20. Oops. I think that bleeds off a little bit out of the, but that's okay. Oh yeah, that actually works pretty good. The only thing I would change with this, actually, the glow color should be that. There we go. So that's pretty good. That's pretty glowy. The only thing now is I think I need to change the scale just a teensy bit. And I don't know. It's okay, we can solve that problem. Oh, well, okay, I just gotta do that again, I guess. That's fine. I think I can find the dark purple I had used. So yeah, so there we go. So now it's the right size. So the neon's kind of blinking. So here's the idea that I had, right? So we're gonna export both of these images with a transparency. And I'm pretty sure that'll work too. If it doesn't, that's okay as well. But I think this is gonna work for me. Blockland Jones, Raiders, Models. We're gonna call this one, we're just gonna call this just prop. Or no, they're all props, sorry. Prop neon, that's what we're gonna call that. And we're gonna call this golden idle glow. Save. And then just this one. Same thing. Golden idle. Off. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, now I think. So here's my thought process, right? So if I take a plane and I make its texture golden idle glow. Golden idle glow. Open it. Let's go into that folder. And golden idle glow. And now I think as well, if I make it transparent, I think if you set it to Z transparency, and I think, right? Maybe that's not going to work the way I want it to. So maybe no. Okay, that's maybe not going to work the way I want it to, and I don't want to goof around and find out it doesn't work after all that work. So what I am actually also going to do is I'm going to pick a brick color. So oops. So let's import our colors, which is in the Blockland Saga folder where I keep my Truno color palette. Let's just pick a nice gray. Let's just assume that's probably what the neon sign will be. And then we'll make the background that gray. So now actually that'll work because then the glowing effect will stand out. So this is actually probably better, to be honest, because this will probably work more in my favor. And be a little bit simpler, because I'm still, my idea is still exactly the same, but okay, there. So let's open texture mode, UV editor, open, glow, unwrap. There we go. Okay, so there's our sign. Now here's the idea I had, right? So I think this will work. So we're gonna make a second sign real quick. We're gonna make the golden idol off. Okay, and that's what we're going to assign and open so that we can see it there. Okay, and we can get rid of that one. Okay, so there. So that's the two, right? So here's what I'm thinking I can do. So obviously if I put the two of them right over top of each other, they'll Z fight, and that's not going to work for me. But I have this feeling, let me just name this glow and off. I have this feeling if I rotate it, or sorry, if I scale it, say -1 on the Z-axis. Or what if I just scale everything to negative, right? Oh, that's the rotate. No, that was the scale. That should... Well, okay, so this... Actually, this should still work, right? So if I flip it over like that, turn backface culling on, right? You shouldn't be able to see it. But I should be able to take them both. There. Should be able to take them both. Let's apply their rotations real quick so that they're both where they need to be. And this just needs to be... No. Gold idle off. Whatever. Okay. There we go. Just some of the gray. Okay. So here's my thinking. If I put that there, I think I can even get away with making it that big. Let's just assume, right? Okay. So if I put it right there, and so again, if I don't do this, the Z fighting will be crazy. I should be able to... Or is it not working the way I think it should work? I don't think they are off the... Oh, okay, yeah. It's because they both didn't go together. Hold on. There we go. They just didn't go together. Okay. So that should be... Whoa, what happened? Okay. So anyway, here's my thinking, right? So if I go into the timeline now, because of the way backface culling works, I should be able to just rotate these things. So for glow, I'm going to create a rotation keyframe, and then I'm going to take another rotation keyframe, so at 10, and then immediately at 11, rotate 90 degrees on the Z-axis, or sorry, rotate 180 degrees on the Z-axis. So that should just be essentially almost instantaneous because it's one frame, right? And then the same thing for the off guy. He's going to have a rotation scale here. Rotate him 180 on his Z-axis. That should just be an instantaneous loop. Do you know what I mean? And so then if I put my loop out at 20 and just play these two, that's what the effect should be, that it should look like it's shining, that the neon is blinking. necessarily need them all to be blinking. But now I'm wondering if this joke doesn't really land if the neon words aren't spelled out with, like... And I could make them with bricks, too. There's nothing stopping me making anything with bricks, I guess. Hi, Bumper. Hi, Bumper. Who's a baby kitty? Who's a baby kitty? Who's a baby kitty? Ooh. Meow. Meow. Alright, you're done. Sorry, I'm not trying to bother you. Just you are on my lap bothering me. But yeah, so you get the idea. So that's like the... Whoops. There we go. And it's basically an instant. Because it's a one-frame transition, rotation, you don't even really see it. Now, I don't know. Now, that's the thing. I'm wondering, will Blockland... The Blockland engine, will it make it do this? I don't know. It should. It should make it work. But there's a chance that it just won't be right. But I'm hoping that it'll be right. So we can just try this now, right? So, location... Oh, whoa, yeah, hold on. I guess I should have... Before I made the animation, I probably should have applied the scale. That's okay. This is just a test anyway, so hopefully this still looks right, even though I'm moving everything. I think if I make... Oh, you know what will probably work? If I make an empty and just call this like container or whatever, and then pair everything, or parent everything to that empty, and keep the transforms, I bet you that'll... Yep. That should, and then that should make sure that everything's evened out to 0, so that when it exports, it goes out right. Anyway, so this is just our test sign, right? So let's just make sure that this even works. So let's save it as prop neon test sign. Save. Let's export our... Oh, I almost forgot too. We need to make our markers too. So, oh, farts. What's the, it's, blink. So we'll call it blink start, right? I think that's what we have to do. Blink colon start, and then we need to make another one here. Blink colon end. I think that's how we bake in the animation sequence correctly. So we'll call this test sign, and remember we called it blink too, because that's going to be our sequence name. Let me open one of my other things just to be sure. Specifically the pod racers. Those typically are where I models. Oh man, where's the pod racers? I thought it was just in the folder called pod racers. It's not. Blender stuff, episode 1? No. No, that was when I was doing something else. Pod racer, why is it not? Alright, hold on, I gotta go fucking searching, I guess. Yeah, there's... No, hold on. Pods. Duh. There's a folder called Pods. Stupid. Okay, Anakin Pods Acceleration. That has an animation for sure. Yep, Excel start, Excel end. Okay, yeah. No, that's what it was. There's just start and end. Alrighty. So let's go back to our test sign. So let's make a thing for it. So I am gonna actually probably take it from here, because I can just copy some of these. Let's open up our Raiders folder again. Models. Neon. And the funny thing is, if this works the way I think it will, this is actually going to be a method that I use for a lot of different possible stuff in the future. So so if this works, this is more than just making sure that like I can make a neon sign. This can theoretically change like a lot of different stuff. So let's make sure that I get this right. Test sign. Test sign. Passive thread is called blink. UI name is just test sign. Or, well, test neon sign, I guess. Because I want to find it that way. Animated function. Passive animated. Yeah, that should start playing the thread. And it should allow a bot to still be mounted, even though there's no mount to this sign, but that's okay. Then the passive thread is blinked, so that should work. The passive thread is in there. That should theoretically do its job. So hopefully that actually does the right things. What am I trying to do now? I need, a description and a name check. Those are the other things I was trying to remember. Description. I don't know. Neon sign. By me. Raiders. Because these are props. These are through and through never to be released other than and only to be used for these fucking this movie. So I'm not worried about anything being perfect. I just need this to be functional within the game and do what I think it will do. Put it in my add-ons folder. Let's boot her up and let's test her out. Meow. Who's a baby kitty? Okay, let's make sure prop neon got correctly imported. Prop neon. Hey, okay. Let's see if it works. I mean, I'm also just hoping that I did the animation sequence correct, because I know it's just adding those markers. I know that that's what has to happen. I just hope that I didn't goof something else up and it just doesn't play. Because if it doesn't play, I'm gonna be real sad. But I'm pretty sure that flipping those should do what I think it'll do. Because even in just in that one frame, there's no way, even Blockland, it should just appear instantaneous. So this is actually something I've been wanting to experiment with before, because I've had this idea. And so I think this will work. So, you know, here's fingers crossed that we get what we want on the first try. Because this isn't obviously the first animated prop I've made. It's just whether or not this is actually going to... Neon sign. Yep. Okay. Oh. Well, okay, so we don't know if anything's working because none of the textures... Because none of the textures got put into the goddamn folder, that's why. You dum-dum. Or no, they did. Oh, no, they did. Hold on. Why aren't the textures showing up? Golden idol glow, golden idol... Hold on. Golden idol off. Golden idol off. Golden idol off. Golden idol off. That should have worked. Okay. I just thought of something too. Hold on. Well, no, they should instantaneously go back to their thing. Okay. Ah, nuts. Okay, what did I do wrong? What did I... Oh, see, this is what I mean. I hate when things just don't function exactly. Like, so what was going on that the texture wasn't right? And it was the whole thing. The whole thing did not get the texture correctly. What? Yeah, what? Yeah. Yeah, test sign. I got the... man. I hate... Alright, I guess... Okay. Okay, here's something we can try. Maybe I just did something that just is not right. So... We're gonna start new textures. Because maybe I goofed something. Just glowing off. We'll just call them glowing off. We'll just make these brand new textures. Okay, so off, off, off. We're in the same folder, like 2 starts. See, so there's no 2. See, that's another thing I always wondered, like, did I goof something where I made something work different? But I know that's saying that's like, oh, 2 things are using this, but you know what I'm trying to say. So that's off. You can also have off. And then you want glow. Glow, open, glow, open. So now, yeah, see there's no, okay, so that, maybe that was just the problem. Maybe I started in the wrong folder, and I goofed things up, and it was just something to do with the textures being off. So hopefully that fixed it. And, fingers crossed this time it just works. But we'll see. We're almost done with the stream tonight. And then this was mostly a character design stream, and we got the character design done. And I got all the hats fixed and everything. Like, we're in a really good place, so that even if I don't necessarily, because I really still want to get some my voices, so I should finish this script. That should be my goal for what am I looking for? I want the N. HIJKLMNOP. Neon. Okay, that should be my goal for the week between this Sunday and next stream, is to get at the very least the first like 5 or 10 minutes of the video actually like scripted, and then to do at least a scratch track with my own voices. And because ultimately, for all I know, it won't be a scratch track, it'll just be the voices I use, because that's what I've been doing for everything else. Because it's easier than having other people do it for you and trying to direct them and get the right performance, and then, you know, wait for them to respond and do all that stuff, when I could just do it myself here in my house, my apartment, whatever. But yeah, so I think by next stream, my ultimate goal is to have the script written to a point where we can at least get through the intro here, and enough of the voices recorded, so that I can actually like show you how I do the process of, you know, actually making the stuff that I do. So, because now we're getting past all of the pre-production stuff. See, so this is bothering me. I can't tell if the animation is playing. I mean, if it is playing, it's not rotating these. Do you know what I mean? So if this is changing and I just can't tell, that seems to be working fine. I don't know why none of the textures are working. I hate when... Is it something... I don't know. I really don't know. See, this is what I mean. So it's like we could even maybe, if it would get it to if the vertex colors would even just go, so the, you know, this color, that diffuse color, if I could even just show it, just so I know that the animation is working, even that would at least give me hope. really don't know what I'm doing wrong. My nose moving. Alright, well. Oh! This time, actually. This time I do actually remember what could be wrong. Because I did change the names of the textures and then didn't put them in with the thing. So let's just... There we go. So now that is something that could possibly have been a problem the whole time. That time, I mean. That might have actually just been something I didn't do right. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty, cat. Kitty, kitty, cat. Yeah. Meow. Meow. Because you know what? Maybe I did. Maybe I named it wrong. Because I'd made it such a golden idol glow, golden idol off. I might have spelled golden wrong at some point, not even realized it, and that could have been why both of those textures were wrong. And now they're both just named off and glow. So hopefully that will be more sensible. But we'll see. I'm really hoping that this one just fixed it. Obviously, if the animation's not playing, that will then be another, like, oops, sad thing. But if the animation doesn't play, that still gives me the opportunity to go back to my original plan of doing it with events, where I could just have the textures be on different things. So, please let that have been the problem. Then I fixed it right here. That's neon sign. Oh, hey, okay. Okay, alright. So, we're getting better, but now the animation's not playing. And that sucks. So again, I could, like I said, so I have the other option of just event animating back and forth between the different textures. But now I'm looking at this, it's like the sign's not right either, because I wanted the sign to be a neon sign. I think what I'm going to have to do is, I think I'm just going to have to do really bare bones model, probably with curves. I'll probably have to, I'll set out my... Once I get the what I like out of this looking, I'll probably set up some curves within Blender to follow this design, this text font, and then I will I'll have some basic cube shape follow it, so it'll be really low poly, and then that way it'll actually look like it's more brick built anyway, and that should give me the texture, and then I can just do like I was saying, I can just animate between the bright and the not bright, and it'll look a little better anyway, because this so the animation still, so I still want to figure out if I can't get the 0 point to, like, because here we go, if we backface cull, you can see what I mean, so like you can see the other side, so it's like they should just be rotating, and I think it might have something to do with this. I might have goofed up the animation and did it incorrectly, but anyway. Okay, I'm glad that I fixed the texture issue at least, because I was like, that was driving me crazy. Alright, so the animation's not working, so... Alright, so we've got about 20 more minutes, so I think what I can do then is I can probably at least start my idea here. And here's how I'm going to do it. So now I have my text the way I want it laid out. I can just add the image as a plane. Neon, because it doesn't matter. In fact, I don't even have to name it anything, because I'm just going to delete it, but whatever. There we go. Let's scale this up. Just like that. Okay. I don't want to be able to click on it. Okay, so now I want to set up... Well, hold on. I want to see what my... Yeah, that looks pretty good. Is that about the size that I need? No, I can get bigger than that then. Whoa, I said scale by 2. There we go. Yep, that's going to work. Alright, so we don't want that, and I don't need that. Alright, let's start adding some curves here. Path curve, and I would like to... And the trick of these curves is to get them to just follow. Yep, there we go. Add another path curve. Okay. Oh. I'm just going to do one letter, I think, for now. Again, just to demonstrate my point. So that looks pretty good, right? So there's my two paths. So I'm going to hide my plane. So that's my G for my golden idol. So let's actually add back that cube, scale it down to 0.1. Because really it's going to get scaled in half again to be the actual size, but scaling it down to 0.1 for right now. Let's segment it up a little bit. Turn that on for now. Scale X by 10. Scale it. Oops. There we go. So that should be 40, I think. Let's put enough loop cuts in it. Okay, I think that's right. Alright, I need at least 2 of these. So let's apply a curve modifier to U, because I think this long one's going to be that. Whoa, okay. Oh, there we go. Cool. Okay, now I think I can just apply an array modifier. But it needs to go before. Yep, there we go. Cool. Okay, that's looking good. Let's apply both of those and then get rid of the extra stuff. I think maybe down there is where it ends. Nope, it ends a little bit farther. That's okay. There we go. Oh, why can't I see the other? Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can. All right. So that should be about where it ends. So that's good. So we'll make that a face. And doubles. I think that got rid of that extra face. Cool. Yeah, there it went. Okay. Shade that smooth. Add an edge split. And there, that's our sign, or part of it rather. And then this guy, same thing. Let's add a curve modifier to this. We'll move it till it fits. Let's apply our curve modifier. Let's go down to where we need it to end. This is actually going to probably work better anyway, come to think of it. Shade smooth, add that edge modifier, edge split, whatever. Make it 40 because I think that gives me a nicer, yep. So there you go. So that's what I mean. So now I've got, actually I think I can go back a little bit on that face too, can't I? At least 2 it looks like. There we go. So that's the start of a neon sign, my G. But all right, I got 10 more minutes. So let me see if my idea is valid, right? So let's join these together. So we can do the rest of this later. Actually, yeah, let's save this because I want to use this later. So this is neon 1. We'll just call it that. Okay, and then I'm going to resave as, and we're going to call this just neon test. Okay, so now we're working with tests because I want to be able to do this later. So Alt-G, oh, set origin to geometry, Alt-G. Scale it in half. So that should be whatever, that should be good. Rotate X by 90. And then let's apply the location. There we go. Rotation and scale. Cool. So this is our one version of our G, and like I said, I got 10 minutes, so I think I can do this right. So here's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna make a new texture, and it's gonna be that pink color. So let's pull that out. Let's make another 16 by 16 document real quick for ourselves. Create that. Go, export. Alright, we'll just call this neon. So we're just gonna call it neon, yep. Export. So now I should be able to, if I call this material neon. Oh, I've already made one called neon? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's fine. We're gonna, yeah, that's fine. We're just gonna override it and actually call it neon. There we go. Okay, so here's my thought process. All right, so neon does actually need to be shadeless, is what I'm saying, right? So it'll appear bright and glowing in the Blockland engine, torque engine. And then I'm thinking I can do a non-shadeless version, which actually we need to make a separate color because I want the non-shadeless version to be this, but the darker color. So we'll pull that back down like the other one, and we'll export this image as neon off, because I don't think I can fuck that up. Whatever naming convention I fucked up the first time, that time I don't think I'll fuck it up. Okay. So. Oh, let's get rid of this plane too. We don't need it. Okay, so there's our neon with that. So we're gonna save as neon test. Yeah. Okay. So let's export a DTS as neon 1. And then let's add another texture here, calling it neon off. Okay. And we're going to open it up and actually have neon off be part of it. And then I'm doing my little shadeless trick, but it's not going to be shadeless. And then turn the neon off, and then we're going to export this as neon 2. Okay. So now, go back into prop neon. We're going to rename this to just neon 1. Make a copy of it. Rename that to neon 2. Okay, go in and fix all of this. No. So now neon 1 display, neon 1 DTS, neon 1 passive thread is no longer necessary. Whatever, I don't have to do anything else with this anyway. So save it, copy it, open up neon 2, and then just change everything to 2, 2, 2, save it. Okay. Now, in server, we're going to execute 2, rather, neon 1, and neon 2. Save. Okay. So I can actually get rid of these for now. Probably shouldn't have done that, but whatever. They're in here. You know what? There. They're back. Okay, I want this, and this to be in there. I no longer need test signs, so I can delete all of that. I can delete the server because I'm going to replace it. So now I need neon 1, 2 and server file. So that should be, and then neon and glow I can take out. I just need off and neon off. Okay, that should be the correct thing now. So I copy dish, put it in my add-ons folder one more time. Make sure I didn't break it. Okay, so now when I bop into Blockland, I should have 2 new things, and they should be my neon signs, which are just a G right now. But what I'm thinking I'm gonna do is, if I'm right, I should be able to just use events to cycle between the 2 of them, and I can still make my neon blink. And that's the ultimate goal. So we had to do a little problem solving on this stream again, but that's okay, because that's how we solve things. And now if this works, this is also another idea I've had about possibly even going so far as to, as long as I get the animations to actually work, I could even have a static prop, right, that has no animation on it, and then I could have it switch to that same static prop that has an animation applied to it that then ends and doesn't loop, right? And then I could have it have another static prop that has that animation like in reverse. And so I was thinking if I were to do like, say, like a single player something, or a server effect or something, and I wanted a really specific special door that just, you know, JVS, whatever, it's not JVS anymore, whatever the default door, if the door just doesn't work the way I want it or need it to, I have another option to just have it be this, where I can cycle through different. So let's make sure. Okay, all right, it's not pink. That's not good, but that's okay though, because we can still test this as long as neon 2 is not glowing. That's the important part. Okay, so I fucked up something with the glowing texture. I don't know why, but that still works. So let's see if I can do this correctly then, right? And this will be the last thing we do because we only got a couple minutes left. So on activate self set item to neon 1. And then, oh, how do I make it? Oh, farts. How do I make it fire back and forth? Thinking of like a ping pong ball. Having a ping pong ball entity bounce back and forth. There's a way to do this, and I don't remember how now. Hold on. Oh, it's been so long since I've done events. And there's nobody in my chat who can even help me. Well, alright, let me just wing it and see if I can't remember it as I go. So yeah, so that's like, alright, so yeah, so there's a way to do this. We're just gonna call it neon. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna rudimentarily do it by hand just to demonstrate the point I'm trying to make. I'll figure out, or I'll remind myself later how to do it automatically. Because there is a way to do it. It's just been so fucking long since I've done events like this. Okay, there we go. So now I should be able to record a film bot. On, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. Alright, and then now my film bot should be able to do that for me. Yep. So there you go. You get the idea. It can blink. Bzz, 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 bzz. Let me put something behind it so we can really see it. Oh, it's 8:01. So we're almost done here then. Again, not that there's anyone watching me. But for my sake, for when I watch these archives later. Here we go. And then let's hide this. Whoops. Well, it won't work if it's called Neon Q, will it? Alright. Let's go ahead and play it again. Bzz, 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 bzz. So that works too. So that's what I'm also saying. So like my other idea too of like, so say there is a, later on I want to do something where I want the door to be animated, and it's like there's the door as it is, and then there's an animated door. I could have it so that you can open it up and actually play an animation, you know, because it gives us this option. Why didn't he play? There he is. But yeah, so that gives us, and again, I'll go back and figure out how to do it in events to make that automatic. But that's gonna work. That's actually the neon sign that I was thinking of. You know, that's kind of like, here, real quick, I can load it up. Why not? Because I was gonna say, I figured like we were probably pretty far away from it anyway. So here's our ultimate, like, test. Because this is probably where the neon sign will be. If I name this neon, and then hide it, I should be able to get my film bot. Okay, yeah, here we go. Let's just rotate it. Perfect. So there we go. So there you get the idea. Blink. Alright. But yeah, but you get the idea. And I could do it with film bots. If I can't figure out a way to do it, I could do this with film bots. Obviously, I don't have to. But there you go. That's like the neon sign. And so I can do all sorts of stuff with it, you know. And I can just do whatever I got. But yeah, so that's it. So let me, actually, since I have it, I'll record that. Hey, Blockland should be there. Oh, that one. There you go. Alright, start that recording. And then that way I can make like an an animated GIF of this or whatever. I don't know. For sharing later with the stream. Okay. Stop recording. File. Show recordings. So it's in the episode 3 folder now. Which is funny. So yeah, the last recording I made was on 4/23, and now it's 6/21. Alright, let's actually pull it out of there and put it in the correct project. Jones, Raiders. We'll create a footage folder, because that's where it's going to go eventually anyway. And it'll go right in there. And we can view large icons. Cool. So there we go. So I got my footage. So yeah, so I'm going to go to me full. There we go. Alright, well, so it says there's one person still watching right now. I'm not sure who you are, but thank you for being here, everybody who showed up today. This was a little bit more of a lazier stream, obviously. But we got a lot done. We got the characters done. We got the hats done. We got the hairs done. So I'm ready to like really get in there and start shooting some stuff. And we got some technical things done. Just got to get the airplane, biplane working. Got to get the last little bit of procedural terrain. And I got to get the script written. So I really do think next stream, that is going to be my goal, is to have the script written and to have the preliminary scratch lines of myself doing the performances done and pitch shifted and everything, so that I can actually start working on this project as it exists as a whole, and then people can watch it. And also, we proved that OBS can open up 2 clients, so I can in fact record while I'm streaming. So that's cool too. So this answered a lot of questions and got us even further. So we're almost ready to actually shoot that intro. And I've been thinking, even if I don't do anything but the intro scene, like the opening scene as on a stream, and then the rest of it I do by myself, if it becomes too difficult to try to do it all on stream, and also you lose a little bit of the magic if you guys can watch me make every single part of it, you know, from behind the scenes. It's kind of like, oh, well, now and there's no surprises, there's no good joke reveals or whatever. But whatever, that's what it is. So yeah, so there we are. So thank you everybody who did show up. Thank you for the person who's still here right now. I am going to drop out now and say goodnight, but I'll see you all next weekend as we do another Behind the Bricks episode, and we do some more Indiana Jones. That's all it for me. I still don't have a sign-off. So good night, good luck, and eat beans and prosper. I don't know. See ya.